Chapter 52. Lin Feng had never experienced such a terrifying thing. He felt as if his body was about to explode. This kind of power was simply unstoppable. This was the power of the Nine Emperors diagram. The Nine Emperors diagram was indeed terrifying. No matter who wanted to steal it, they would be attacked by it. Archean dragonesque elephant, protect my true body. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, hoping to resist the pressure of the Nine Emperors diagram. When the Archean dragonesque elephant skill circulated, the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant flowed through his body. Lin Feng immediately felt that the violent power in his body that was about to explode began to calm down. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. The Archean dragonesque elephant skill was indeed effective. It was worthy of being called the #1 Archean forbidden divine skill. However, the attack of the Nine Emperors diagram was obviously not that simple. Those who blaspheme the holy emperors shall die. The cold voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom. Lin Feng only felt his body shake. In his mind, 9 mysterious and terrifying existences appeared. One of them had the body of a snake and 3 eyes. One of them was the size of a cow and looked like a tiger. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. One of them looked like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. One of them was the shape of a great rock. One of them was the body of a tiger, and its entire body was snow white. It was the white tiger beast. One of them was surrounded by flames and was the phoenix divine bird that had been reborn in flames. One of them was the shape of a qilin and had a huge mouth that could swallow an entire planet. One of them was the shape of a gigantic beast that was extremely huge and could travel through the void. It was the legendary void beast. One of them was the combination of a tortoise and a snake. It was the black tortoise. There were 9 of them. The 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. Lin Feng was shocked. The existences that appeared in his mind were the 9 holy emperors of the holy emperors diagram. They were existences from the ancient era. Every sage emperor possessed the power to destroy the heavens. It was unknown what kind of earth-shattering figure had painted the faces of the 9 saint emperors on the 9 emperors' portrait. Even after hundreds of millions of years, the divine might of the 9 saint emperors still swept across the heavens. Anyone who dared to spy on the 9 emperors diagram would be attacked by the 9 saint emperors. Just like what Lin Feng was experiencing now. The 9 saint emperors appeared in his mind. The saint emperors were powerful, mysterious, and dignified. They emitted an aura that caused one's soul to tremble. Lin Feng's soul. He was trembling. Compared to these ancient sacred sovereigns, Lin Feng was still too weak. Despicable ant, how dare you touch the 9 emperors painting? You'll pay with your life. A deep roar resounded in Lin Feng's mind. One of the Saint Kings attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng's soul. Boom! It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down. At this moment, Lin Feng felt the danger of death. Danger! 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 At this moment of extreme danger, suddenly the void trembled, and a mysterious demonic pearl appeared in the air above Lin Feng's mind. When the Saint Emperor's attack came, all of its energy was devoured by the mysterious pearl. Demonic pearl. Seeing the pearl fly out at this crucial moment, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The origin of this demonic pearl was mysterious, and it was filled with countless secrets. He had found the 9 emperors' portrait because of the pearl's guidance. Now that the 9 saint emperors had appeared, the mysterious pearl had also appeared. How can this be? Impossible. It hasn't been destroyed yet. These demon sacred rulers seemed to recognize the origin of the mysterious demonic bead. When they saw the mysterious demonic bead, the 9 lofty sacred rulers actually had a look of fear in their eyes. "Destroy it!" The 9 saint emperors roared. They all attacked at once. The earth-shattering attack blasted towards the mysterious demonic bead. Ancient dragonesque elephant, Saint Emperor descends. Just as the 9 saint emperors attacked, a deep roar resounded through the world. Demonic chi filled the sky within the mysterious pearl. Above the mysterious pearl, the body of an ancient dragonesque elephant condensed. This ancient dragonesque elephant stepped on the ground, and above its head was a sea of stars. Its eyes seemed to be able to shatter the universe. The ancient dragonesque elephant has appeared. Lin Feng looked at the ancient dragonesque elephant floating above his mind in shock. When Lin Feng had first obtained the mysterious pearl, his divine consciousness had entered the space formed by the mysterious pearl. Within the mysterious pearl, Lin Feng saw an ancient dragonesque elephant bound by huge chains. It roared at the sky, trying to break free from the chains. However, the ancient dragonesque elephant failed. After that, Lin Feng's divine consciousness was expelled from the mysterious pearl. Lin Feng didn't know if what he saw was real, but Lin Feng knew that this mysterious pearl was definitely related to the ancient dragonesque elephant. This mysterious demonic orb was hiding a huge secret. Now that the mysterious pearl had manifested the ancient dragonesque elephant, Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all. When the ancient dragonesque elephant appeared, Lin Feng felt as if the entire world had stopped. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a step forward. The 9 saint emperors' attacks instantly collapsed. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a second step. The 9 saint emperors were sent flying. "Ah, ancient dragonesque elephant, we are willing to submit. Don't destroy our remnant will in the 9 emperors' diagram." The 9 saint emperors actually cried out in fear. As strong as they were, they couldn't withstand the ancient dragonesque elephant's attack. Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder he almost died. It turned out that the 9 emperors' diagram contained the will of the 9 saint emperors. Even if an yin-yang powerhouse came and wanted to steal the 9 emperors' diagram, he would be instantly defeated by the will of the 9 saint emperors' diagram, right? The ancient dragonesque elephant had no intention of letting the 9 saint emperors go. Boom! The ancient dragonesque elephant took a third step. Boom! The 9 saint emperors' bodies directly exploded. Whoosh! The ancient dragonesque elephant suddenly inhaled, and the energy of the 9 saint emperors after they were blasted was all devoured by the ancient dragonesque elephant. At the same time, after absorbing the energy of the 9 saint emperors, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the mysterious pearl was emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. This energy wave swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the surroundings. It made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sun and moon lose their light. This energy seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. However, it was only for a moment, and the mysterious pearl returned to its calm state. The ancient dragonesque elephant, floating above his mind, also disappeared without a trace. Phew! Lin Feng panted heavily. It was really a close call just now. He was almost destroyed by the will of the 9 saint emperors' diagram. But, fortunately, the mysterious pearl was powerful. Chapter 53. In the darkness, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the city. The 9 emperors' diagram was a treasure of the demons. Now that Lin Feng had stolen it, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the demons found out, it would be troublesome. But now, the demons didn't have time to care about him, so it was the best time for him to leave. Now, the smoke of war engulfed the entire ancient city. The demons kept attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was holding a long sword in his hand. He had finally arrived at the outskirts of the ancient city. Haha, I'm out. The 9 emperors' diagram is mine. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city had reached its climax. The experts from both sides were fighting fiercely. The void was about to be torn apart. The experts of the Yin-Yang realm had the power to move the stars. This kind of battle was extremely terrifying. A Yin-Yang realm expert could collapse a mountain range. This was the terrifying part of the Yin-Yang realm experts. Roar. At this moment, a deep roar resounded through the clouds. Lin Feng looked into the ancient city and was shocked. A 3,000-meter tall figure stood up. He was shrouded in darkness, as if he was the ruler of the darkness. "Oh, great Nether Emperor, I, your lowly servant, am willing to sacrifice countless lives to awaken your undying spirit." The nine-headed Asura knelt on the ground and prayed excitedly. If the Netherworld Emperor could really be revived, the nine-headed Asura would have done a great service. With the Netherworld Emperor's strength, he could even help the nine-headed Asura change his fate and break through the shackles of the Yin-Yang realm. "I can feel the power of life," the mountain-like being said in a deep voice. He opened his bloody mouth and took a deep breath. In the Nine Supremes' demonic cauldrons, the densely packed souls were all devoured by the Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's body emitted a terrifying aura. It swept through the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. That aura made people's souls tremble. "Stop him. We have to stop the Netherworld Emperor," an expert from Sun Moon City roared. Holding a long sword in his hand, he soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. "Ignite my battle blood, forge my battle sword, and slay all demons." The experts from Sun Moon City took the initiative to attack the Netherworld Emperor. Following that, another 5 or 6 experts from Sun Moon City soared into the sky and charged towards the Netherworld Emperor. After the experts from Sun Moon City made their move, 6 or 7 people from Sky Saint City also shot into the sky. These were usually mysterious Yin-Yang realm experts. In the eyes of countless people, cultivators at their level were like immortals, unfathomable. Dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts all charged towards Netherworld Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor sneered. "Despicable ants, you think you can stop my resurrection? You're dreaming." Rumble. Netherworld Emperor waved his right hand, and his mountain-like right hand blasted towards the dozen Yin-Yang experts. Bang! The sound of a violent collision resounded through the sky. More than a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts were sent flying by the Netherworld Emperor. Puff! Even though they were extremely strong, they still coughed up blood. The Netherworld Emperor was truly too terrifying. Even though he hadn't really resurrected, his strength had already surpassed the strength of Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Actually, this wasn't something that couldn't be understood. All those years ago, the Netherworld Emperor was a figure that was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 72 Devil Emperors. He'd turned the heavens upside down, grabbed the stars in the outer realm with his bare hands, and was capable of blasting apart an outer realm with a single punch. That was the Netherworld Emperor. Can't we stop him? The Yin-Yang realm cultivators from Sun Moon City and Sky Saint City were extremely pale. Everyone stared at the 3,000 feet tall figure in astonishment. There was only fear left in everyone's heart. The Netherworld Emperor is really terrifying. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. "Billions of galaxies, rebuild my body. The Netherworld Emperor will not die. Rebuild my godly body." The Netherworld Emperor let out a deep roar. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, countless stars appeared. Endless starlight poured down from the starry river and poured into the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor's chi was becoming stronger and stronger. He was using the essence of the sun and the moon to rebuild his body. The Netherworld Emperor was really going to resurrect. The Great Emperor will never die. The great emperor will never die. Countless beasts and demons knelt on the ground. The human cultivators trembled when they sensed the netherworld emperor's chi. This was fear that burst out from the depths of his soul. They couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. Netherworld emperor, you're already dead. Why do you have to go against the will of the heavens? Said a cold voice at that moment. Who is it? Who's hiding in the dark? Said the netherworld emperor coldly. He looked around, and his huge eyes shot out a cold light. I see you, human ant. Die. Boom, boom, boom. The netherworld emperor stretched out his right hand and threw a punch. Even the sky collapsed in an instant. The aura that emanated from it shattered the entire mountain range. The strength of the netherworld emperor was really formidable to an unfathomable extent. BZZZ. However, when the netherworld emperor was about to attack, the void trembled. A beam of sword chi flew out from the void. It was a golden sword chi. No one could describe how terrifying that sword chi was. A sword chi. The sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards the netherworld emperor. The netherworld emperor wanted to destroy the sword chi with a punch. However, that sword chi actually directly chopped off the netherworld emperor's arm. Moreover, the netherworld great emperor didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued flying towards the netherworld great emperor. Icebound world. The netherworld great emperor's roar shook the heavens. He exhaled a mouthful of air, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. However, the sword chi was too terrifying. It tore apart the icebound world. The sword chi pierced through the netherworld emperor's body. What kind of sword chi is this? The netherworld emperor looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. That sword chi blasted his body apart. A sword that kills. In the darkness, the mysterious person spoke. His voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if he had never appeared. Bang! The netherworld emperor's body exploded. His body disappeared. So strong. Who said that the sword Tao is a small Tao? Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The sword Tao could reach the heavens. Any Tao that was cultivated to the peak was terrifying. Sooner or later, I will be able to use a sword chi like that. Lin Feng clenched his fists and flew away. Very quickly, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Chapter 54. The demonic Blood Emperor had teamed up with the Flaming Demon King in an attempt to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 3 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. But in the end, the demonic Blood Emperor and the Flaming Demon King had failed. The mysterious expert had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul with a single slash. This incident had caused a huge uproar in the Eastern Divine region. Lin Feng returned to the Changhe branch. The students of the Changhe branch had been discussing this incident for the past few days. Among the 4 branches of the Jialan Academy, the Changhe branch was known for its swordsmanship. Hence, it was regarded as an unorthodox branch and had the lowest status among the 4 branches. But now, the mysterious sword cultivator had killed the Netherworld Emperor's remnant soul, bringing glory to the sword cultivators. The students of the Changhe branch were excited. Lin Feng handed over the demon's left ear and exchanged it for 90 million points. These points were enough for him to cultivate on the 12th level of the cultivation pagoda for 3 months. Lin Feng was now a martial artist, level 10 martial artist. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was not easy to break through to the martial master realm. There were many geniuses in the Jialan Academy, but there were only 72 students in the martial master realm. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the martial master realm. In the entire Jialan Academy, there were a total of 100,000 students in the inner and outer houses. 72 students who had broken through to the martial master realm were too few. Only by luck could one have a chance of breaking through. Nightfall. In his room, Lin Feng was studying the Nine Emperors diagram. The Nine Emperors diagram had been devoured by the primordial dragonesque elephant. The Nine Emperors diagram could no longer harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng dripped his blood on the Nine Emperors diagram. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a strange connection between himself and the Nine Emperors diagram. When he tried to communicate with the Nine Emperors diagram, Lin Feng felt the world spin. In the next moment, he arrived in a mysterious world. This world was ancient and boundless like the primordial era. Who was the master of this boundless world? 9 ancient existences were entrenched in the 9 heavens. They were like immortal gods, causing people to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. 9 demonic saint emperors. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the world of the 9 emperors diagram. Heaven and earth, to reverse the cycle of life and death. Gods and demons are extinguished. A deep voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek and fainted. Lin Feng woke up. He was lying on the bed with the 9 emperors painting beside him. His head was still in excruciating pain. The 9 emperors scroll gave me so much information. Lin Feng was speechless. His godly consciousness entered the world of the 9 emperors diagram. The world of the 9 emperors diagram gave Lin Feng a huge amount of information. Lin Feng's soul almost collapsed. Lin Feng carefully recalled the information. It was very complicated. Some of it introduced the 9 demonic saint emperors. It even introduced what they had experienced. Most of these memories were from the 9 demonic saint emperors. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked surprised, because Lin Feng had read a shocking piece of information. This piece of information recorded a method to create clones. It said, this is a secret technique created by the 9 demonic saint emperors before they died. It can create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors possessed the terrifying strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive. If you find the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe, you will be able to control all their magical powers. When the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors devour all the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors, they will be able to reach the strength of the 9 demonic saint emperors when they were alive. Isn't that too shocking? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. The 9 demonic saint emperors, any one of them, they were like ancient gods, worshipped by the people of the world. This secret technique required one to create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. Most importantly, the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors could absorb the remnant souls of the 9 demonic saint emperors in the universe until they reached the same level as the 9 demonic saint emperors. Does that mean that if I create 9 clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors, I will be able to create 9 more clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors? Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. It was rumored that many powerful cultivators would refine clones of themselves. These clones were equivalent to a cultivator's second life. It was said that if the cultivator's original body was killed, they could use the clones to revive. The clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors were probably a way to refine clones of themselves. You need to gather arcane spirit stones, earthly fiend stones, and 81 other materials. Then, find a place with densine energy and follow the instructions below. Lin Feng carefully read the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic saint emperors. First, he needed to gather all the materials. Next, he needed to find a place with densine energy. Such a place was easy to find. The West Mountain of Jialan Academy was the burial ground of the Academy's ancestors. Due to the large number of people buried there, it was a place with densing energy. Even if one went there during the day, the place would be filled with Yin winds, let alone at night. When one went there at night, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Lin Feng spent 3 days to gather all the materials he needed. Then he took advantage of the night and quietly went to the West Mountain. There were still students patrolling the West Mountain during the day. However, at night, it was quiet and devoid of human activity. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the West Mountain at night. As he entered the West Mountain, he could feel the Yin winds blowing. There were clusters of ghostly flames in the distance. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of the wind was mixed with a hair-raising sound. It sounded like the cries of ghosts. Even though Lin Feng was skilled and bold, coming here alone in the middle of the night and looking at the graves made his scalp tingle. However, if he wanted to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors, he could only do it at night. During the day, he was too obvious and would be easily discovered. Lin Feng braced himself and went to the deepest part of the West Mountain. The graves here were one after another, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was the place with the densest Yin energy. Lin Feng followed the method to refine the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. He found 9 places with the densest Yin energy and buried the materials underground. Then, he left the West Mountain. Next, he would have to wait for some time. These materials would gather the Yin energy and condense it into the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. It would take about 3 months to half a year. After Lin Feng left the West Mountain, he entered the cultivation pagoda the next day to cultivate. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the peak of the martial realm 10th firmament. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial master realm. However, Lin Feng knew that breaking through to the martial master realm required an opportunity. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng went to take a look at the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. Now that the Yin energy had gathered, the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were about to be condensed. This made Lin Feng very excited. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined. Once the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors were successfully refined, Lin Feng could borrow the power of the clones of the 9 demonic Saint Emperors. His combat strength would definitely soar. Chapter 55. There was a market in Jialan City called the Black Street. It was bustling with people coming and going. In the Black Street, there were all kinds of things that the outside world couldn't see the light of day. Many people liked to come to the Black Street to look for treasures. Lin Feng arrived at the Black Street. He planned to sell a demonic blood pill. Lin Feng had killed a demonic vampire bat in the past. Demonic vampire bats were very rare in the demon race. Demonic vampire bats that had cultivated to the martial master realm were even rarer. A demonic vampire bat of that level could condense a blood pill in its body. This blood pill contained the essence of the demonic vampire bat's blood. Demonic vampire bats were monsters that specialized in sucking blood. They could automatically condense essence. This blood pill contained an unimaginable amount of essence. If Lin Feng directly refined this blood pill, he might even try to break through to the martial master realm. However, the demonic vampire bat's blood pill contained the demonic vampire bat's poison, so cultivators couldn't directly refine it. Only an alchemist would be able to neutralize the toxins within it using a special method. The demonic vampire bat's demonic core was a necessity for refining many high-level pills. Lin Feng planned to sell this blood pill in the Black Street. He went to a few shops and ask them. They all bought it for around 1 million. The shops in the Black Street were all bought at a low price and sold at a high price. Lin Feng didn't plan to sell the blood pill in these shops. He went to the northeast corner of the Black Street. This was a place where cultivators could freely set up stalls in the Black Street. Cultivators could set up stalls here to sell whatever they wanted. Little brother, take a look at my qi replenishing pills. These qi replenishing pills are made from 72 different spiritual herbs. Each pill only costs 1,000 silver taels. Little brother, I just unearthed some treasures left behind by a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Maybe there are some immortal treasures. Come and pick a few to protect yourself. Many people were trying to sell their things to Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and walked to a corner where a young man was sitting cross-legged. This young man looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was thin, his eyes were closed, and his face was flushed. He seemed to have suffered some injuries. In front of him, there was a jet black root. It was unknown what it was. Lin Feng sat down beside the young man. He took out the blood pill and placed it in front of him. Is this an ebony root? A middle-aged cultivator asked the young cultivator beside Lin Feng. The young cultivator opened his eyes and said, "This is a black spirit root." What? Black spirit root? Little brother, you're not lying to me, are you? As far as I know, the black spirit root is the root of the black spirit tree, and it is guarded by powerful, ferocious beasts. How did you get the black spirit root? The middle-aged man questioned. If you don't believe me, you can leave. The young cultivator said coldly. Black spirit root? Is it really a black spirit root? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all gathered around and looked at the thumb-sized root. An old man observed it for a while and said, "It really is a black spirit root. It's the root of a black spirit tree that can produce mysterious underworld dark flame fruits." Black underworld dark flame fruit. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit was one of the world's spirit fruits. It was said that this kind of spirit fruit contained a mysterious and powerful energy. After a cultivator consumed it, they could use the energy of the mysterious underworld dark flame fruit to break through their cultivation. However, the root of the black spirit tree was not very useful, but it had a certain medicinal value. Plus, it was relatively rare, so it should be able to sell for a high price. Little brother, how much do you plan to sell this black spirit root? A cultivator asked. 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator said. Hee, a black spirit root is not a mysterious underworld dark flame fruit. How can you sell it for 5 million taels of silver? Even though it's rare, it's only worth 200,000 taels of silver at most. How about this? I'll give you 30,000 taels of silver. How about it? An old man said. I'm only selling to people who know their stuff. I won't sell it for less than 5 million taels of silver. The young cultivator closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Humph, how preposterous. 5 million taels of silver. You won't be able to sell it even if you spend your entire life. It's just a root, and he dares to sell it for 5 million taels of silver? He's really crazy about money. The surrounding people gradually dispersed. Lin Feng was also somewhat apprehensive. He did not understand why this person insisted on selling it for 5 million taels of silver. It was obviously not worth it. However, Lin Feng suspected that the young cultivator was injured. Could it be that he wanted to buy some kind of healing panacea? If that was the case, then it would explain why the young cultivator insisted on selling it for 500 taels of silver. However, Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. It was most likely the young cultivator's excuse. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. The leader was a young man. They stopped in front of Lin Feng's small stall. "Hey, is that a blood pill?" The young man looked at the blood pill in front of Lin Feng in astonishment. "What? A blood pill?" "The blood pill of a demonic vampire bat. This thing is not common. I've only heard of it, but never seen it." Many people cried out in alarm when they heard this, and Lin Feng was completely surrounded. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, this is indeed a blood pill. A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat." A blood pill condensed from a martial master level demonic vampire bat. The young man's eyes lit up. He said, "A year ago, I saw a blood pill in an elder's medicine room, but its quality was not as good as yours. It was condensed from a demonic vampire bat at the 9th heavenly layer. I want your blood pill. Men, give me the money." "Yes, sir." Immediately, a guard walked over and took out a stack of banknotes, handing them to Lin Feng. Each banknote was worth 100,000 taels, and there were 10 banknotes in total, which was 1,000,000 taels. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "A martial master level blood pill costs 5,000,000 taels outside, and it's priceless. I heard that a martial master level blood pill was sold at an auction many years ago, and the price was 12,000,000 taels. I didn't want to go to an auction because it was too troublesome, so I brought it here to sell. If you really want it, you can have it for 10,000,000 taels. Your 1,000,000 taels won't be enough to buy my blood pill." The young man smiled and said, "This is the Black Street, not an auction house. What's the price? I have the final say, not you. You have the final say on the price of my things? Are you joking?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "Of course not. I'm serious. I want this blood pill for 1,000,000 taels. All right, take the money and leave," said the young man in an indisputable tone. "How ridiculous. You can't leave without 10,000,000 taels," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man smiled coldly. "Little brat, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." Chapter 56. That young man looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Maybe he was confident in his own strength. That's why he had dared to use force to buy and sell, and even humiliate Lin Feng. That's Xian Yuanyu from the Xian Yuan clan? Indeed, that's Xian Yuanyu. I've heard that he's been studying cultivation with an incredible alchemist, but I've also heard that he's very aggressive. He's tried to force people to buy and sell on the black streets a few times, but he's from the Xian Yuan clan. The Xian Yuan clan is one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. They're extremely strong. But Xian Yuanyu is too arrogant, but there's nothing he can do about it. He's strong, after all. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Hee, that little boy is really unlucky. Xian Yuan, you managed to steal a blood pill for a cheap price of 1,000,000. He's going to lose everything. Everybody was talking. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. "Oh, you're Xian Yuanyu, right? You're from the Xian Yuan clan. You think you can force people to buy and sell just because you're from a great clan? You think you can humiliate me? Slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the Xian Yuan clan teach their disciples how to behave." Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuanyu icily. When he said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people were staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. Was that guy crazy? How dare he talk to Xian Yuanyu like that? How dare he ask Xian Yuanyu to slap himself? Many people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a madman. How dare he offend Xian Yuanyu so brazenly? Was he courting death? Good. Someone dares talk to me like that. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Xian Yuanyu was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. He didn't try to hide his coldness at all. Xian Yuanyu waved his hand and said, "Break his legs. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." "Yes, sir." One of Xian Yuanyu's guards immediately stepped forward. "They're going to attack. That brat offended Xian Yuanyu. I'm afraid he's going to die today." Many people began to discuss, looking at Lin Feng with pity. Today's matter was caused by Xian Yuanyu's coercion. Everyone naturally felt sympathy for Lin Feng. However, no one dared to meddle in Xian Yuanyu's affairs. "Brat, you dare to offend our young master? You really don't know what's good for you." The guard who stepped out had a hideous grin on his face as he threw a punch at Lin Feng. His punch was as fast as lightning, and his movements were as fierce as a tiger. His strength had reached the 9th celestial layer. Many people felt the guard's strength, and their expressions changed slightly. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist. After all, Lin Feng looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. How could he resist Xian Yuanyu's guard? Humph! At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had moved. He was like a shadow, extremely fast. Bang! In an instant, Lin Feng and Xian Yuanyu's guard collided. A silhouette was sent flying. Wah! He coughed up blood in the air. What? How is that possible? Killed in one move. Many people cried out in surprise. All the onlookers were shocked. They looked at the handsome, young man in disbelief. Xian Yuanyu's guard. He was an expert of the 9th celestial layer. He hadn't even been able to resist one move. Was that young man really that strong? There was a thump. Xian Yuanyu's guard fell to the ground. He held his broken arm and wailed. Looking at the injured guard, Xian Yuanyu's face became gloomy. As the saying goes, before beating a dog, one has to look at its owner. Lin Feng had injured his guard. Xian Yuanyu's heart became colder. "Take him down." Xian Yuanyu said coldly, "Yes, young master." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This time, more than a dozen guards beside Xian Yuanyu moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed drastically. None of these guards were weak. Although Lin Feng had defeated one of Xian Yuanyu's guards, it was only a one-on-one battle. But now, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded. From the onlookers' point of view, this was destined to be a battle without any suspense. More than a dozen guards quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Some punched, some palms. They were coming at him ferociously. Lin Feng revealed a cold expression. At that moment, he also moved. Swoosh! Like a bolt of lightning. Like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng moved as fast as a cunning rabbit. He flashed through the crowd. Slap, 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 slap. Along with the resounding slap, blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One figure after another was sent flying backward. They were all Xian Yuanyu's guards. These guards were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. They couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were shocked by the scene before them. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Who would have thought that a young man would have such a powerful cultivation? Could he be a genius from Jialan Academy? Someone whispered. Lin Feng was obviously not a disciple of an aristocratic family in Jialan City. The people of Jialan City knew clearly which geniuses were among the disciples of aristocratic families. There was only one explanation. Lin Feng was from Jialan Academy. That was a place where geniuses gathered. Lin Feng walked toward Xian Yuanyu step by step. Xian Yuanyu was under great pressure. Xian Yuanyu was an apprentice of an alchemist who specialized in alchemy. That was why his cultivation wasn't very strong. However, Xian Yuanyu wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, even though the situation wasn't good. He said coldly, "Did you know that my elder brother is Xianyuan Zhan? He's the second-ranked genius of Jialan Academy." Lin Feng naturally knew of Xianyuan Zhan's name. It was said that he was invincible in Jialan Academy. Even some elders were no match for him. Apart from the mysterious first-ranked genius, no one else in Jialan Academy was a match for Xianyuan Zhan. So what? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile that wasn't a smile. "You're a student of Jialan Academy, right? You must apologize to me for what happened today. Otherwise, you can imagine what you'll experience in Jialan Academy." Xianyuan Yu threatened directly. It seemed like he had expected that Lin Feng would choose to submit. He was looking at Lin Feng in a condescending way. Bang! Lin Feng sneered and kicked Xianyuan Yu, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Xianyuan Yu fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lin Feng strode over and stepped on Xianyuan Yu's body. He looked at Xianyuan Yu coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me?" Chapter 57. What? The onlookers stared at the scene, before them with their mouths agape. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong as to send Xianyuan Yu flying with a single kick. Could it be that this fellow was not worried about Xianyuan Zhan in Jialan Academy? "Brat, you—" Xianyuan Yu's face darkened. He had never felt so humiliated before as Yang Fan was stepping on him. Xianyuan Yu had never felt so humiliated in his life. "Take out 15 million taels of silver, and I'll give the Xianyuan clan some face, and spare you today," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xianyuan Yu coldly. Xianyuan Yu wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But he knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Feng. Besides, this little brat didn't seem to have any scruples. Xianyuan Zhan couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background. Xianyuan Yu knew that there were many powerful groups outside of Jialan City. Jialan City was only one of the main cities in Zhenwu country. It wasn't ranked very high. The groups in Jialan City weren't ranked very high in Zhenwu country. They were just local tyrants. Therefore, Xianyuan Yu decided to give in for the time being and investigate Lin Feng's background before deciding how to deal with Lin Feng. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Xianyuan Yu found an excuse to comfort himself. He suppressed his anger and said, "All right, I'll give you the money." Lin Feng withdrew his foot from Xianyuan Yu's body. Xianyuan Yu crawled up from the ground and took out 15 million taels of silver. Before Xianyuan Yu had left, the elders of his family had asked him to buy a large amount of spiritual medicine. But now he had no choice but to give it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the money and looked at Xianyuan Yu coldly. "You can scram now." Xianyuan Yu's heart was filled with hatred, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Yang Kai. He had no choice but to hide his hatred. He quickly walked away and disappeared without a trace. The onlookers also gradually dispersed, but many people were still discussing spiritedly. The battle just now was really brilliant. Who would have thought that Xianyuan Yu, the young master of a big clan, would actually suffer such a big loss in that battle? Lin Feng came to the side of the young cultivator, who was peddling the black spirit root, took out 5 million taels of silver, and handed it to him. Then Lin Feng kept the black spirit root. "How should I address you?" The young cultivator was obviously surprised. He did not expect that someone would really spend 5 million taels of silver to purchase a black spirit root. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Jialan Academy, Lin Feng." The young cultivator nodded, turned around, and walked away. "Little brother, you've been tricked. A black spirit root is worth at most 300,000 taels of silver. It's not worth 5 million taels of silver." "That's right, little brother. That guy is obviously trying to extort you. Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng smiled and bid farewell to everyone. How could he not know that a black spirit root was not worth 5 million taels of silver? However, Lin Feng was naturally kind and open-minded. When he saw that the young cultivator was in trouble, he helped him. It could be considered as accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. After that, the days returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the martial master realm. However, it was obvious that breaking through to the martial master realm was not an easy task. There are only 2 more months until the 4 Academies tournament. I hope I can break through before then. Lin Feng muttered. The 4 Academies tournament was a tournament between the 4 academies of the inner courtyard. It was held once every 3 years. The 4 Academies tournament would rank the geniuses of the inner courtyard. Those who were ranked at the top would not only win glory for their respective academies, but they would also receive a lot of rewards. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the monthly benefits they would receive from the academy. For example, Lin Feng could only receive 30 ordinary qi replenishing pills every month. However, those who were ranked at the top could receive the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill. If Lin Feng consumed 1 Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill every day, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill was personally refined by an elder of Jialan Academy. There was a limited supply of it, and it was simply priceless. No matter how rich one was, one could not buy it outside. Therefore, many students cultivated diligently, striving to get a good ranking in the 4 Academies tournament that was held once every 3 years. This would affect whether one would use the Qi replenishing pill or the Great Strength Latent Dragon Pill to cultivate for the next 3 years. The difference between the two was unimaginable. Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. With a loud shout, he leaped out and punched out in all directions. He was practicing the crushing fist. After 2 hours, Su Zimo arrived at Lin Feng's place. Junior brother Lin, senior brother Zhang asked me to look for you. He said that senior brother Hua Xuanli was looking for you. Su Zimo said. Hua Xuanli? The one who is ranked 7th in the inner courtyard? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. Su Zimo nodded hurriedly. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He did not seem to have any relationship with Hua Xuanli. Hua Xuanli was more mysterious in the inner courtyard and rarely appeared. Lin Feng had been in the inner courtyard for more than half a year, but he had never seen Hua Xuanli. As for why Hua Xuanli was looking for him, Lin Feng was naturally very puzzled. All right, let's go back and take a look, Lin Feng said, and returned to the academy with Su Zimo. In the living room, Zhang Yi was carefully talking to a young cultivator. This person looked to be in his teens and was slightly skinny, with a resolute face. Lin Feng was a little surprised. This person should be Hua Xuanli, the young cultivator who was peddling black spirit roots a few days ago. Junior brother Lin, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Hua Xuanli smiled and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Everything is fine. Forgive me for not recognizing you, Brother Hua, said Lin Feng. It's been more than a year since I left the academy. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Hua Xuanli smiled and continued, I'm looking for you today because I have something to discuss with you. Senior brother Hua, junior brother Lin, I remember that Wang Xianming is looking for me today. It's almost time, so I'll go see him. Take your time. Zhang Yi smiled and stood up. Take care, junior brother Zhang. Hua Xuanli nodded. After Zhang Yi left, Lin Feng asked, May I know why senior brother Hua is here? Junior brother Lin, do you still remember the black spirit root? Huishwanli asked. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. It's the spirit root of the black underworld black flame fruit. I'm sure junior brother Lin knows about it. Huishwanli looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Huishwanli continued. To tell you the truth, I found a Xianming dark flame fruit when I was training outside, but it was protected by a ferocious beast. At that time, the Xianming dark flame fruit hadn't ripened yet. Now, half a year has passed, and I think it should have ripened by now. You and I are brothers, so I would like to invite you to go with us. A matured black underworld black flame fruit. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was a rare treasure. Lin Feng was convinced that he would be able to break through to the martial master level. Then I'll have to thank you, senior brother Hua, Lin Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Ha, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite with me. We'll leave tomorrow. Get ready, Huishwanli said. All right, I'll prepare well. Lin Feng nodded. Chapter 58. The desolate forest that ran through the entire East region was a place that mortals would not be able to cross in 100 years. The desolate forest was boundless. Ferocious beasts roamed the place, and it was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they could die. The Qilin mountain range was located at the border between the desolate forest and the central region. The Qilin mountain range spanned 800 miles. It was a place where ferocious beasts roamed freely, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and Huishwanli arrived at the Qilin mountain range. Along the way, Lin Feng and Huishwanli conversed a lot. From Huishwanli, Lin Feng understood that the ferocious beast guarding the dark underworld black flame fruit was a terrifying existence. It was a red flame Qilin that had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate. This red flame Qilin was the king of beasts within a few thousand miles. No one dared to provoke this red flame Qilin. This time, Lin Feng and Huishwanli had come to steal the dark underworld black flame fruit that was guarded by the red flame Qilin. It was like plucking the hair off a tiger. It was an act of seeking death. However, in order to quickly break through to the martial master realm, Lin Feng decided to take the risk. Roar! Not long after they entered the Qilin mountain range, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, a snow-white tiger with many spots on its body jumped out. This tiger was 5 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its body was huge, and its eyes were cold. It was filled with intelligence. When it looked at Lin Feng and Huishwanli, its eyes were filled with cruelty. Hanging golden-eyed tiger. Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen the introduction of this tiger in the classic of mountains and seas. The hanging golden-eyed tiger was an extremely rare breed of tiger. This type of tiger was huge and had great strength. Most importantly, this type of tiger had gained sentience from the day it was born, just like humans. It could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate. It was not something that ordinary ferocious beasts could compare to. Roar! The hanging golden-eyed tiger roared and pounced towards Lin Feng and Huishwanli. Its huge claws slapped towards the two of them. Ha ha, junior brother Lin, step back. Let me fight with this hanging golden-eyed tiger. Huishwanli laughed. Lin Feng nodded and quickly retreated a dozen meters. On the other hand, Huishwanli went straight for the tiger. Although the difference in size between the two was huge, Huishwanli wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch at the tiger. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided with each other. Tyrannical shockwaves swept out, causing the earth to shake violently a few times. Huishwanli was indeed worthy of being the 7th ranker of the Jialan Academy's inner courtyard. He was not at a disadvantage when clashing head-on with the golden-eyed tiger. One man and one tiger fought for dozens of rounds. Huishwanli seized the opportunity and jumped onto the golden-eyed tiger's body. He rode on the tiger's neck and smashed his fist towards the golden-eyed tiger's head, causing it to feel dizzy. The slant-eyed golden-eyed tiger let out a deep roar and suddenly swung its neck, sending Huoshwanli flying. Then it rushed into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Ha! It's so refreshing to have such a great battle. Huoshwanli smiled and said, "Brother, you're so strong. You're so strong. I admire you." Lin Feng said, "I started cultivating a few years earlier than you. With your talent, as long as you break through to the martial master realm, you'll be able to catch up." Huoshwanli said with a smile. Lin Feng and Huoshwanli continued on their journey. A day later, they arrived at the depths of the Qilin mountain range. Huoshwanli said, "Brother, do you see that? That valley in front of us is the nest of the scarlet flame Qilin. The black underworld dark flame fruit grows there." Yes, Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, 4 figures flew over from afar. "Brother Hua, look." Lin Feng pointed at the 4 silhouettes in the distance. "Damn, these people all know how to fly. Are they all Yin-Yang cultivators?" Huoshwanli was shocked. Lin Feng and Huoshwanli hid themselves deep in the forest. They had a premonition that something was going to happen when the 4 strong cultivators arrived. There were 2 men and 2 women among the 4 cultivators. One of them was a knight wearing golden armor and holding a holy sword. He was riding a flying lion. The other was a mysterious person covered in a black robe. The last one was a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The last one was a seductive woman wearing a red dress. She looked like a vixen. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Qilin mountain range. Roar! Following that, a deep roar reverberated through the area. A huge ferocious beast with flames all over its body flew out. The beast was more than 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. Its body seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The scarlet flame Qilin had appeared. "Human cultivators, you've overstepped your boundaries." The scarlet flame Qilin looked coldly at the 4 human cultivators floating in the air. The 4 human cultivators were obviously not from the same faction. They stood separately and were wary of each other. The seductive woman giggled and said, "Scarlet Flame Qilin, we've met before, haven't we? I remember when you transformed into a human and went out to train. We even explored the hidden treasures at the bottom of the sea." Feng, Yaorao, that was a long time ago. Don't try to be friends with me. The Scarlet Flame Qilin didn't want to give face to the woman. She narrowed her eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. Said the other woman, "The Xian Ming dark flame fruit has matured. We've come here to exchange for a Xian Ming dark flame fruit with you." "Humph, don't even think about it. I won't agree to it." The Scarlet Flame Qilin rejected. "Could it be that you want to monopolize this kind of spiritual fruit?" The man in golden armor said coldly, "I've guarded this treasure for 100 years before it matured. Do you think it'll be so easy for you to get your hands on it?" The Scarlet Flame Qilin sneered. The woman in white said, "I'll give you enough treasures to exchange for it. You won't suffer a loss." "I don't care. Leave now, or don't blame me for being merciless," the Scarlet Flame Qilin said coldly. The black-robed cultivator sneered. "Since you don't agree, we'll have to use force. Everyone, why don't we work together to deal with this Scarlet Flame Qilin before going for the dark flame fruits? What do you think?" "Okay, let's do it." The 4 cultivators agreed. Boom. The next moment, the 4 cultivators charged at the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared, "Since you want to die, I'll send you to the afterlife." Scarlet Flame burns the sky. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared, Rumbling sounds echoed through the clouds. Endless flames appeared in the sky and burned the earth surrounding the four cultivators. The scarlet flame Qilin wanted to use its demonic flames to burn the four cultivators to death. Chapter 59. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the battle in the sky was extremely intense. Just the shock waves from the battle were enough to crush a mountain range. This was a battle between Yin-Yang realm experts. It could be said to be apocalyptic. Experts at this level were like gods to Lin Feng. He could only look up to them. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the forest, witnessed the terrifying battle. 5 extremely terrifying existences could destroy the world with a flick of their fingers. It was truly terrifying, but obviously the Scarlet Flame Qilin was not easy to deal with. Even if the 4 experts worked together, it would not be easy to take down the Scarlet Flame Qilin in a short period of time. According to the Mountain and Sea scripture, the Scarlet Flame Qilin was a desolate beast. Its body contained the power of desolation. It could control the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. During a great battle, the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire could cover thousands of miles and destroy the world. It was naturally not easy to subdue such a beast in a short period of time. In fact, the 4 experts had indeed encountered trouble when they were attacking the Scarlet Flame Qilin, because they were surrounded by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire released by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of dying. Lin Feng said, "Senior Brother Hua, now that the 4 experts are attacking the Scarlet Flame Qilin, it's our chance." Hua Xuanli nodded. "I have the same idea. Let's quietly sneak into the valley, take the Xianming black flame fruits, and leave immediately." The 2 of them reached an agreement and sneaked into the valley. Now that the 5 experts were fighting in the sky, they had no time to pay attention to the ground below. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli entered the valley. There was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. It should be the Scarlet Flame Qilin's cave. Outside the cave, there was a fiery red divine tree that was more than a meter tall. It must be the Xianming black flame fruit tree. There were more than 10 fruits on the divine tree. 5 of them were scarlet red, while the rest were as black as ink. Hua Xuanli said, "Brother, do you see that? Those are the Xianming dark flame fruits. Those pitch black fruits are not ripe yet. Don't even touch them. They're extremely poisonous. If you eat them, even a great Luo golden immortal won't be able to save you. Those red fruits are ripe. They're not poisonous." "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. The 2 of them sped towards the profound nether dark flame fruits. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Just as they were about to pick the profound nether dark flame fruits, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the cave. With a flash of fire, 2 ferocious beasts rushed out. These were 2 Scarlet Flame Qilin beasts, but clearly compared to the Scarlet Flame Qilin Beast King in the air, their bodies were much smaller. These 2 Scarlet Flame Qilins were 3 meters taller and 5 meters longer. They should be in their infancy stage. That was because an adult Scarlet Flame Qilin could reach a height of more than 10 meters, and its body length could reach more than 20 meters. It was a colossal creature the size of a mountain. After the 2 red flame Qilins rushed out, they immediately pounced towards Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli. There are actually 2 more. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli's faces changed as they quickly dodged the Scarlet Flame Qilin's attack. The 2 Scarlet Flame Qilins locked onto Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli respectively. Lin Feng could even see a hint of mockery in the Scarlet Flame Qilin's eyes. This fellow already has its own intelligence. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Qilin let out a low roar and rushed towards Lin Feng, swiping at him with its claws. Lin Feng dodged a few times, but he soon realized that dodging was not the way to go. He activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill and activated Crushing Blow, sending a punch towards the Scarlet Flame Qilin. Bang! Lin Feng and the Scarlet Flame Qilin collided violently. Instantly, Lin Feng felt an earth-shattering force flowing through his arm and into his body. That force was too terrifying, as if it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body in an instant. Lin Feng took the Scarlet Flame Qilin's attack and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body slammed heavily into a rock wall, as if his entire body had fallen apart. Damn, this Scarlet Flame Qilin is so powerful. Lin Feng was depressed. It had been a long time since he had suffered such a setback. This was a battle on a completely different level. The Scarlet Flame Qilin roared and pounced towards Lin Feng once again. On the other side, Hua Xuanli and the Scarlet Flame Qilin were engaged in a fierce battle. Hua Xuanli was a martial master cultivator, so he had the upper hand in the battle with the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin was sent flying by Hua Xuanli. This also infuriated the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin opened its bloody mouth and spat out clusters of fireballs towards Hua Xuanli. This was the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire that the Scarlet Flame Qilin race possessed. This demon fire was extremely terrifying. Once it touched the body, it would be difficult to extinguish it. It would burn for 10 days without weakening. Unless a yin-yang realm expert had a strong protective aura, he would not be burned to death by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. For cultivators like Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli, once they were hit by the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire, they would be burned alive. Hua Xuanli did not dare to take the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire head-on, so he could only dodge quickly. Roar! The other Scarlet Flame Qilin roared and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was trapped in a corner, and the situation was very dangerous. Once the Scarlet Flame Qilin got close to him, his life would be in danger. Lin Feng was very clear about this. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated his 3 devouring martial spirits. At the same time, Lin Feng's 3 absorbing spirits started to revolve, and a magnetic field started to appear around Lin Feng. This was one of Lin Feng's most powerful techniques. The confining magnetic field enveloped the Scarlet Flame Qilin. The Scarlet Flame Qilin was fixed in midair. Lin Feng shouted and sent the Scarlet Flame Qilin flying with a punch. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed towards the Xianming dark flame fruits and reached out to grab a few ripe fruits. However, the Scarlet Flame Qilin that was sent flying by Lin Feng had already pounced on him. It opened its mouth and spat out the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed 2 Xianming dark flame fruits and twisted his body in midair. He dodged the Scarlet Flame Demon Fire and landed steadily on the ground. "I got it! Let's go!" Lin Feng shouted. "Great!" Hua Xuanli's eyes lit up. He stopped fighting the Scarlet Flame Qilin and rushed out with Lin Feng. The 2 Scarlet Flame Qilins were unwilling to let Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli go. They chased after them, but could not catch up. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli escaped into the forest and disappeared. Chapter 60. One for each of us. Lin Feng gave 1 to Hua Xuanli. "Haha, that's great. Our cultivation levels will definitely increase by leaps and bounds." Even Hua Xuanli, who was usually calm, couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Feng said, "Let's find a place to refine it. It's better if we go further away." Hua Xuanli said. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli quickly left the Qilin mountain range. Even if they wanted to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit in the wild forest, they couldn't do it here. This was the Red Flame Qilin Beast King's territory. The Red Flame Qilin Beast King probably knew everything about this place. Refining it here would be suicidal. However, Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli couldn't go back to the college to refine the Xianming dark flame fruit because it had to be refined within 3 days after being picked. Otherwise, its effects would be greatly reduced. Roar. Not long after Lin Feng and Hua, Xuanli left the Qilin mountain range. An earth-shattering roar came from afar. Endless flames burned the sky, and an angry roar resounded through the clouds. Despicable human ants! How dare you steal my Xianming dark flame fruit? You're courting death. Oh no, the red flame Qilin Beast King is here. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli's expressions changed drastically. The red flame Qilin Beast King must have heard from the other two young red flame Qilins that Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli had stolen two Xianming dark flame fruits. It was even angrier than if the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by the 4 strongest cultivators. After all, the 4 strongest cultivators were all top cultivators. If the Xianming dark flame fruit had been stolen by them, it only meant that they weren't strong enough. However, Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli were just ants in the eyes of the red flame Qilin Beast King. The fire unicorn beast felt humiliated. It had chased after Lin Feng and Hua Xianli for a long time, and finally it saw Lin Feng and Hua Xianli in the distance. Lin Feng was a tiny human being. Let's split up. Lin Feng said. Be careful. Hua Xuanli said solemnly. You too. Lin Feng and Hua Xuanli quickly separated and ran in 2 different directions. Not long after, a terrifying aura came from behind Lin Feng. The red flame Qilin Beast King had chosen to pursue Lin Feng. This lowly human makes me feel a bloodline power that makes my heart palpitate. Why is that? Could it be that this brat had some kind of great bloodline? I want to eat him. The red flame Qilin Beast King was ruthless. These ferocious beasts could devour the blood of cultivators to increase their strength and enhance the power of their bloodline. The red flame Qilin Beast King could clearly sense the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Therefore, it chose to chase after Lin Feng. Damn, this guy is so fast. Lin Feng's face was gloomy as he quickly flew through the forest. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the red flame Qilin Beast King. Lin Feng was running at full speed, but the distance between him and the red flame Qilin Beast King was getting shorter and shorter. If this continued, the red flame Qilin Beast King would catch up with him. Once the red flame Qilin Beast King caught up with him, he would die. No, I have to think of a way to avoid the red flame Qilin Beast King. Otherwise, I'll die, thought Lin Feng. After running for a few more miles, the red flame Qilin Beast King was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. At this moment, it was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the red flame Qilin Beast King would catch up and kill him. However, at this critical moment, a cliff appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked down and saw a gigantic tree halfway up the cliff. Lin Feng jumped down. Initially, he wanted to hide in that gigantic tree, but he hadn't thought that there would be a cave next to the gigantic tree. That cave was about 1 meter high and was extremely well hidden. Lin Feng jumped into the cave. When Lin Feng entered the cave, he realized that it was about 12 square meters in size. It was quite large. Roar! At that moment, the red flame Qilin Beast King's roar resounded through the sky. The red flame Qilin Beast King was chasing after him. Even if Lin Feng hid in the cave, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape. He looked around and moved a rock from the cave to block the entrance. At that moment, the red flame Qilin Beast King chased after him. Lin Feng saw the red flame Qilin Beast King floating above the cliff, looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng held his breath, afraid that he would attract the red flame Qilin Beast King's attention. Hiding in the cave, Lin Feng didn't move. He was afraid that the red flame Qilin Beast King would hear him. Luckily, the cave Lin Feng was hiding in was well hidden, and the entrance was blocked by a rock. Otherwise, the red flame Qilin Beast King would have found him. The red flame Qilin Beast King couldn't find Lin Feng. It roared and flew away, continuing to look for Lin Feng. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely lucky to have been able to avoid the red flame Qilin Beast King's pursuit. He took out the dark underworld black flame fruit and smiled. I hope I can use the power of the dark underworld black flame fruit to break through to the martial master realm. Lin Feng swallowed the dark underworld black flame fruit. All of a sudden, surging waves of energy exploded within his body. This power, like a surging tide, instantly engulfed his entire body. Lin Feng's meridians had almost been destroyed by that monstrous strength. The dark underworld black flame fruit was indeed a rare treasure. The energy it contained was unimaginable. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He quickly activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill and devoured the energy in his body. The energy of the dark underworld black flame fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng. This energy was converted into the Archean dragon-esque elephant strength and flowed through Lin Feng's body. When he was a martial artist at the 10th heaven, the Archean dragon-esque elephant strength in Lin Feng's body flowed like a small stream. However, after refining the dark underworld black flame fruit, the Archean dragon-esque elephant strength in Lin Feng's body converged into a river. The surging Archean dragon-esque elephant strength flowed through his limbs and bones. Success or failure depends on this. Lin Feng roared and activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant skill. The Archean dragon-esque elephant strength in his body completely exploded. Lin Feng's body was filled with an earth-shattering energy. That energy was flowing through Lin Feng's body at an incredible speed. It circulated for a total of 49 major circulations. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded in Lin Feng's body. Roar! An ancient world appeared behind Lin Feng. An Archean dragon-esque elephant stood on the ground with its head facing the sky. It roared to the sky, shaking the heavens. The martial master realm. It's finally done. Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. He waved his right hand in the air, and a burst of true qi shot out. Puff! The true qi was like a sword, piercing through a rock more than 10 meters away. The release of true qi was a sign of the martial master realm. Chapter 61. Bang! 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 In the forest, a terrifying shockwave swept through the world. 3 powerhouses floated in the air as they fought fiercely. An enchanting woman in red and a black-robed man were attacking a white-robed woman. Why are the 3 of them fighting? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter as he watched the battle. He hid in the dark and observed. These 3 people were really powerful. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. The 3 people fighting were none other than 3 of the 4 powerhouses that Lin Feng had met before. Back then, the 3 of them had joined forces to attack the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. Now, they were killing each other. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal alliance, only eternal benefits. A battle between powerhouses of this level had to have a motive. Boom! The black-robed man stretched out his right hand and uprooted a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. This technique was like the work of the gods, as expected of an yin-yang realm powerhouse. He had the power to destroy the world with a flick of his finger. The black-robed man grabbed the 10,000-meter-tall mountain and threw it at the white-robed woman. The void seemed to collapse from the impact. The white-robed woman swung her sword to block the attack and shattered the mountain. But at this moment, the red-robed woman rushed forward and stabbed the white-robed woman with her sharp weapon. Although the white-robed woman's reaction was fast enough, her abdomen was still torn open, and blood immediately gushed out. The white-robed woman swung her sword and repelled the red-robed woman. Then, she quickly flew into the distance. After her, we can't let her escape. The red-robed woman and the black-robed man quickly chased after her. In the blink of an eye, the three powerhouses had disappeared without a trace. What a powerful powerhouse! He could uproot a 10,000-meter-tall mountain with a flick of his finger. Is this an Yin-Yang realm powerhouse? Lin Feng felt his blood boiling and surging with excitement. This was a cultivator. This was a great powerhouse, flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, covering the sky with a flick of his finger. This kind of realm was really something to look forward to. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was filled with fighting spirit. He believed that one day he would cultivate to this level. Lin Feng continued flying outside. At noon, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Crash! Not long after, heavy rain poured down. The dense curtain of rain made it impossible to see what was happening a few meters away. As the torrential rain fell, Lin Feng found a dry cave to take shelter from the rain. Suddenly, he saw a woman in white lying in the distance. Her body was already half buried by the rain. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly ran over. He came to the white-clothed woman's side and picked her up. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a beautiful face at such a close distance. It was a face so exquisite that it was breathtaking. However, her beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the woman who was besieged by the red-clothed woman and the black-robed man. His injuries were so severe that he fainted in the forest. Fortunately, she was discovered by him. Otherwise, she would have died. Lin Feng picked up the woman and quickly left. In a cave, Lin Feng started a bonfire. He placed the woman on the ground and touched her forehead. It was boiling hot. She was cut by a sharp blade. Her body is boiling and her fever is not subsiding. It's probably caused by the wound. This is troublesome. She won't lose her life because of this, right? Lin Feng looked at the woman and frowned slightly. It would be a pity for such a peerless beauty to die in such a place. Lin Feng, may not be a gentleman, but I'm not an evil person either. Everything I do is to save your life. Lin Feng muttered and reached out to take off the woman's clothes. Her injuries had to be treated quickly. She couldn't stay in the cold any longer. Her wet clothes had to be changed into dry ones. Lin Feng took off her clothes one by one. In the end, only her undergarments were left. Lin Feng could even see her full breasts, but Lin Feng had no intention of profaning her. His attention was quickly drawn to the wound below her chest. It was very deep, reaching her ribs. Even though so much time had passed, blood was still seeping out. An ordinary person would have died from such an attack, but this woman was extremely strong. Even though she had suffered such a severe injury, her body was extremely strong, and she had managed to survive until now. Lin Feng took off her undergarments, but at that moment the woman woke up. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She thought that Lin Feng was going to do something outrageous to her. After all, her clothes were all gone, and only her undergarments were left. In an era where women were very conservative, such a thing was unthinkable. Perhaps she would only do that to her husband. "You evil thief, I'll kill you." The woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Feng. But her hand was weak and powerless. Lin Feng grabbed it and stopped it. "Don't move. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to save you," said Lin Feng. "I don't need you to save me." The woman bit her red lips. At that moment, she was almost naked in front of Lin Feng's eyes. She was incomparably ashamed and angry, and she fainted again. Lin Feng took out some medicine and treated the woman's wound. He then bandaged it, took out his clothes, and helped her change into them. Night gradually fell, and the woman's scalding body temperature gradually returned to normal. She slowly opened her eyes, endured the pain, and hurriedly checked her body. She felt relieved when she didn't find anything strange, but when she thought about how her body had been completely seen by this man, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. "You're finally awake." Lin Feng saw that she had woken up and let out a long breath. Seeing the woman's beautiful eyes coldly looking at him, Lin Feng said, "I didn't mean to offend you before. I just wanted to save you. Don't worry, when you were unconscious, I didn't do anything to you that I shouldn't have done." Lu Piaoxue naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by shouldn't have done. Her beautiful face blushed, and the coldness in her eyes became much gentler. "It's a special situation. I don't blame you. Thank you for saving my life." Lu Piaoxue's voice was weak. That night, Lu Piaoxue was very weak. She fainted several times and woke up several times. Ice Blade, combined with the 13 glacial strikes, the ice chi has injured my internal organs. Help me find 3 kinds of yang medicinal herbs. I want to use them to dissolve the ice chi in my body. Lu Piaoxue said weakly. She took out a map with 3 kinds of medicinal herbs and a detailed description. Then she fainted again. Lin Feng knew that Lu Piaoxue's injuries weren't just external. The fatal thing was the ice chi that she had mentioned. It had injured her internal organs, which was very fatal if he couldn't dissolve the ice chi in her body. Lu Piaoxue's life would be in danger. Lin Feng braved the rain and left. In a daze, Lu Piaoxue looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Warmth flowed in her heart. Lin Feng was in the forest looking for the things that Lu Piaoxue had mentioned. It wasn't until the afternoon that he found the 3 kinds of yang medicinal herbs. Lu Piaoxue had listed them according to her injuries and the situation in the forest. She must have seen them before in the forest, which was why she had asked Lin Feng to look for them. Lin Feng quickly returned. On the way back, Lin Feng saw a woman in red clothes in the distance. That woman in red had an enchanting figure. Her graceful and exquisite body was simply the most perfect body. It made men's blood boil. She had a charming and seductive face. She was seductive like a fox spirit. Chapter 62. The woman in red was extremely alluring. She was definitely a beauty who could bring calamity to a country. However, when Lin Feng saw her, he quickly turned around and left in another direction. She was a terrifying woman. Lu Piaoxue had been injured by her. Whoosh! The woman quickly flew over and blocked Lin Feng's path. Although it was raining heavily, Feng Yarao was surrounded by a layer of earth energy. The rain couldn't touch her body at all. "Why are you leaving so quickly after seeing me? Little brother, am I not beautiful?" Feng Yarao's seductive voice could be heard. It was a voice that could make a man's bones go soft. Lin Feng had always been on guard. He was afraid that he would fall into this woman's trap. However, he knew that he had to act calm at this time. Otherwise, if this woman noticed something strange, he would be in big trouble. It's raining heavily in the forest, and I suddenly saw such a beautiful woman, like Big Sister. I thought you were a fox spirit in disguise. I've read the classic of mountains and seas, and it says that there are fox spirits who cultivate their Tao and transform into beautiful women in the rain. They often appear in front of people to gain sympathy and then take people's lives. I'm alone in this wild forest, and I'm afraid. I hope Big Sister won't blame me. Please don't blame me. Lin Feng said. I didn't expect you to be a bookworm. Most of the ghost legends recorded in the classic of mountains and seas are fabricated. Don't believe them so easily. Besides, do you think a fox spirit is as beautiful as me? Feng Yarao twisted her body slightly. Her body emitted an alluring fragrance. One had to admit that this woman was a femme fatale who could bring calamity to a country. I've never seen a fox spirit before, but it's my first time seeing a woman as beautiful as you. I'm sure that even the fairies in the ninth heaven can't be as beautiful as you. Lin Feng said. What a sweet mouth. Feng Yarao smiled. Which woman didn't like to hear such flattery? Peerless beauties liked it even more. Feng Yarao wasn't just a peerless beauty, she was also a peerless powerhouse. However, she was also a woman. As long as she was a woman, she would care about her appearance. I'm telling the truth, Lin Feng said with a smile. Feng Yarao narrowed her pair of charming red phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng, then intentionally or unintentionally asked, Why are you running around in the mountain forest in this heavy rain? Are you looking for something? Lin Feng shivered in his heart. He feels that Feng Yarao might be suspicious of him. That seemingly casual question was filled with deep meaning. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. If Feng Yarao really found out that he was saving Lu Piaoxua, he would definitely die. She would definitely not let him off. This kind of peerless powerhouse, no matter how kind they looked on the surface, once they were angered, they would definitely not have a good ending, especially an existence like Feng Yarao. If she wanted to do it, she could easily destroy Zhenwu country. Originally, I was hiding in a cave to avoid the rain, but I was attacked by a fierce beast. I ran out and looked for a new place to hide from the rain. Lin Feng said. Really? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Lying to a peerless powerhouse like Feng Yarao wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to stay calm. He had to stay calm. He couldn't panic, because once Feng Yarao saw through the flaw with the ability of this kind of peerless expert, wanting to find out his secret would be as easy as blowing off dust. This mountain forest is indeed very dangerous. Your cultivation is still a bit lacking in this place. Feng Yarao said, I overestimated myself. When the rain started falling, I planned to leave. Lin Feng said, Where are you from? Feng Yarao asked, I'm a student of Zhenwu country's Jialan city's Jialan Academy. Lin Feng said, Zhenwu country's people? Your Zhenwu country's emperor is called Long Tianyu, right? A few years ago, he followed the Zhenwu country's old ancestor here to pay respects to sister. However, they overestimated themselves. How could a tiny mundane country's monarch and protector be qualified to meet sister? Feng Yarao said with a smile. She didn't put Zhenwu country in her eyes at all. This was the grace of a peerless powerhouse. In their eyes, a mundane country like Zhenwu country was indeed not worthy of their attention. Lin Feng said, Sister, are you an immortal? Even the monarch and protector of a country can't meet you? Today, I'm able to meet sister here. Is it because I did good deeds in my previous life? Did I have such a great destiny in this life? You really know how to talk. Although I know you're flattering me, I like it very much. Feng Yarao said with a smile. I also like sister like you. I will work hard to cultivate. In the future, I will definitely marry a beauty like you. Lin Feng said. What do you want to say? Do you want to marry me? Feng Yarao looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. I want to marry Fairy's sister. I believe that in the future, I will definitely have the ability to do so. Little guy, you've got guts. You dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Feng Yarao seemed a bit angry. She took a step forward, and Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. That pressure was about to crush his body. Who do you think you are? You dare to be impudent in front of me? Feng Yarao narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng coldly. When I first saw you, I admired you. Do you want to kill someone who admires you? If you want to kill me, I won't regret it because I told myself that what I said just now was the truth. I will definitely marry Fairy Sister. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and said, Humph. Feng Yarao humphed coldly and blushed. She dispersed her chi and looked at Lin Feng icily. Don't daydream. With your cultivation level, it'll take you hundreds of years to reach the yin-yang layer. You're far from being able to marry me. Lin Feng frowned. How about we make a bet then? Lin Feng said. What bet? Feng Yarao asked. I bet that I can reach the yin-yang boundary within 10 years. Lin Feng said. 10 years? Feng Yarao humphed coldly and said, Do you think you're the reincarnation of a god? If I succeed, I will definitely go and ask for your hand in marriage. Lin Feng said. He. All right, I'll wait for you, Feng Yarao said with a smile. She turned around and walked away. Her swaying back view really gave people the urge to commit a crime. Fairy Sister, what's your name? Lin Feng asked. Feng Yarao. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yarao soared into the sky and disappeared. Chapter 63. Phew. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yarao had finally left. Just now, he was covered in cold sweat. Rumor has it that all yin-yang experts know how to search souls. Luckily, I was smart enough to distract her. Otherwise, she would have used the soul-searching technique on me. Wouldn't I be dead? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, when he thought of Feng Yarao's peerless figure and devastatingly beautiful face, Lin Feng's heart palpitated. No man could resist such a woman. How interesting. Wu Yan actually made a bet with a femme fatale like Feng Yarao. 10 years. Within 10 years, I'll definitely become a yin-yang expert. At that time, I'll definitely go and find Feng Yarao. I'll definitely take her as my woman. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Feng Yarao was definitely a woman who could arouse a man's most primal desires. Lin Feng was no exception. He was tempted by Feng Yarao. He really wanted to experience what it felt like to have a femme fatale like her. A man should be happy to repay kindness and revenge. He should also sleep with the most beautiful woman. Feng Yarao was such a woman. Lin Feng quickly returned to the cave. Lu Piaomiao was still sleeping. Lu Piaomiao was also a peerless beauty. She was completely different from Feng Yarao. Feng Yarao was as charming as a vixen. On the other hand, Lu Piaomiao was as pure and holy as a fairy from the ninth heaven. They were two completely different types of women. However, both of them could be said to be peerless beauties. If possible, Lin Feng even wanted to take both Lu Piaomiao and Feng Yarao as his women. One dragon having two phoenixes was definitely a supreme pleasure. However, Lin Feng knew that he could only fantasize about it for now. Lin Feng took out a jar and filled it with water. Then he put the ingredients he had found into the jar according to the ratio and placed it over the bonfire to cook. You're back. Lu Piaomiao looked at Lin Feng with a warm gaze. Yes, I found everything. It's cooking now. We should be able to drink it soon, said Lin Feng. Did you encounter any danger? Lu Piaomiao asked with concern. I met Feng Yarao, Lin Feng said. Lu Piaomiao's expression changed slightly. How did you meet her? How did you escape? On the way back, we met by chance. I heard that experts at your level knew how to search souls, so I kept praising her beauty She seemed to enjoy it, and in the end, she forgot to search my soul and left. Lin Feng said with lingering fear, "You have a lot of ideas, but Feng Yaorao is indeed a vain woman." Lu Piaomiao curled her lips and seemed to disdain Feng Yaorao. But clearly between women, especially between enemies, they naturally liked to belittle each other. It was absolutely impossible for Lu Piaomiao to praise Feng Yao. "By the way, what's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is—" Lu Piaomiao's eyes flashed, and she said, "Lu Yi." "Lu Yi?" Lin Feng tried his best to recall that name. He had heard of some strong cultivators of the Yinyang layer in the East Province, but he had never heard of Lu Yi. But there was a woman whose surname was also Lu, but her name was Lu Piaomiao, not Lu Yi. Of course, in this world, there were many strong cultivators. How many strong cultivators had he heard of? Lu Piaomiao didn't want to talk about that topic, so she said, "Your clothes are soaked. Take them off and change into dry clothes." When she finished talking, she blushed and closed her eyes. Lin Feng was changing his clothes. Of course, she didn't look at him. He looked really beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but compare Lu Piaomiao with Feng Yaorao. He realized that both of them were peerless beauties, but they each had their own merits. Lin Feng quickly changed his clothes, and the medicine was ready. Lin Feng poured a bowl of medicine for Lu Piaomiao. Lu Piaomiao drank it, and her complexion became much rosier. The spiritual herbs used to brew the medicine were all items of extreme yang, and they could expel the cold energy in her body. Once the cold energy in her body was expelled, Lu Piaomiao's injuries would gradually heal. "Don't suffer from the cold. Drink a bowl too," Lu Piaomiao said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and poured a bowl. After drinking it, he immediately felt a wave of heat rising in his body. "Have a good rest," Lin Feng said. Lu Piaomiao nodded and leaned against the rock to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the side, circulating the ancient dragonesque elephant art and silently cultivating. 3 days later, Lu Piaomiao recovered. When Lin Feng woke up this morning, Lu Piaomiao was already gone. She left without saying goodbye. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The beauty was gone, but the fragrance was still there. Lu Piaomiao left without saying goodbye. Was it because she felt that he and she were not from the same world? Lin Feng frowned, but he didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. In the distance, Lu Piaomiao looked over. Seeing Lin Feng leave, she felt a little sad. She was used to seeing scheming and scheming, but these few days, Lin Feng's meticulous care made Lu Piaomiao feel a trace of warmth. This trace of warmth caused Lu Piaomiao's calm heart to ripple. However, Lu Piaomiao knew that she could not continue to stay here. This was because she had been engaged to the young master of an ancient power that even the heaven's sacred city could not contend against since she was young. Although she was strongly against this matter, her strength was too insignificant compared to such a huge power. She was destined to accept the arrangements of her family. Otherwise, the entire family would be implicated. If he really had some emotional entanglements with Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would only have a dead end. Sigh. Chapter 64. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard echoing through the forest. Occasionally, powerful beasts could be seen roaming through the forest. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already reached the outer region. Although it was still very dangerous, there were no longer any beasts at the level of the Red Flame Qilin Beast King. This trip to the desolate forest with Huo Xuanli had been extremely dangerous, but the rewards were great. Lin Feng had already broken through to the martial master realm. Since joining the inner academy, Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than a year, he had broken through to the martial master realm. One had to know that Lin Feng was not even 16 years old yet. His talent was astonishing. Next, he had to prepare for the triennial Great Competition of the Four Academies. The Great Competition of the Four Academies was very important in Jialan Academy. Lin Feng also wanted to do well at the Great Competition of the Four Universities. When he passed by a valley, a dense number of arrows shot out from the valley, aiming at Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and dodged the arrows. "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me?" Lin Feng shouted coldly. "Little bastard, today is the day you die." A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed out of the forest. The leader was Song Songhai. Back then, he had killed by Yifei and Song Songhai. Lin Feng had never thought that Song Songhai, a deacon of Jialan Academy, would dare to attack him in the desolate forest. Apart from Song Songhai, there were more than 10 experts with him. They were all guards of the Song family and were very strong. They had obviously come prepared. Lin Feng looked coldly at Song Songhai and said, "Song Songhai, you dare to attack a student of Jialan Academy? If the academy finds out, you won't be able to escape death." Song Songhai said disdainfully, "This desolate forest is full of beasts. If you die here, who will know that it was me? Who knows, maybe you were killed by a powerful beast. You think you've got me?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer. Back then, when he killed by Yifei, he was only at the 6th firmament of warrior, and was not a match for Song Songhai. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Feng was not the least bit afraid. Song Songhai sneered at Lin Feng. "Do you really think you can escape? Did I say I was going to escape? I think that this place will be the place where you will die." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a dense killing intent. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Song Songhai's face was filled with murderous intent. "You overestimate yourself. You're really courting death. Attack. Kill him." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, 4 guards immediately rushed out and surrounded Lin Feng. This time, Song Songhai had brought the Bai family's men of sacrifice. These people were all at the 10th firmament of warrior and were already very powerful. The 4 men of sacrifice surrounded Lin Feng. Some of them were holding swords, while others were holding sabers. The cold air was oppressive as they directly slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Facing the 4 men of sacrifice, he also moved. Lin Feng held his long sword and suddenly pulled it out. The sword light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. The divine sun rose into the sky. It illuminated the heavens. Lin Feng used the scorching sun swordsmanship. The power of this swordsmanship was needless to say. Everyone felt that the dazzling light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. The 4 men of sacrifice felt a pain in their necks. In the next moment, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, dead. What? When Song Songhai saw this scene, he was full of disbelief. These were 4 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had killed them so easily. This made Song Songhai angry and distressed. Even for a big family like the Bai family, it required a huge price to cultivate a man of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior. Song Songhai was naturally distressed that Lin Feng had killed 4 men of sacrifice at once. "All of you, attack. I want his life." Song Songhai shouted coldly. There were still 10 men of sacrifice besides Song Songhai. At this moment, all of them moved out and surrounded Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not broken through, he would have encountered a lot of trouble dealing with 10 experts at the 10th firmament of warrior. But now, Lin Feng had broken through to the martial master realm. His strength had reached an astonishing 1,280,000 gene of strength. When Lin Feng's 3 devouring martial souls were activated, his strength could reach up to 384 million gene. These men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior only had a strength of 100,000 gene. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were considered experts. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were too weak. Swish! Lin Feng moved and rushed into the crowd. His speed was too fast. He was so fast that the men of sacrifice could not react in time. An afterimage flew through the crowd. Puff! With a tearing sound, the 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior fell to the ground and died. They could not even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. This is impossible. Song Songhai roared in disbelief. 10 men of sacrifice at the 10th firmament of warrior, but they were killed by Lin Feng in seconds. Even Song Songhai felt that he might not be able to do it. Lin Feng held his blood-dripping battle sword and looked at Song Songhai coldly. "Did you think that you would die under my sword one day? Kid, I have indeed underestimated you. But do you think that you can defeat me? What a joke! I am at the 3rd firmament of martial master. My strength has reached 4 million gene. So what if you have broken through to the martial master realm? In my eyes, you are still as weak as an ant." Song Songhai sneered. A light flashed in his hand, and a blood-red long blade appeared. Song Songhai's frenzied blade cut was a very famous martial technique in Jialan Academy. "Brat, to die under my blade, your death is not unjust." Song Songhai sneered. He held his blood-red long blade and used the frenzied blade cut to kill Lin Feng. The blade light was heavy and cold. It was as if it could split a 10,000-meter-tall mountain in half. "Is the 3rd firmament of martial master very strong?" Lin Feng sneered, holding his battle sword. Whoosh! Lin Feng also moved. Scorching sun sword technique. Scorching sun in the sky. Divine sword unsheathed. The dazzling sun floated behind Lin Feng, illuminating the earth with its dazzling light. Clang! Lin Feng and Song Songhai fiercely collided with a sonorous sound. After the collision, the two separated. Whoosh! Lin Feng sheathed his battle sword in the scabbard on his back. How could this be? Song Songhai looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Pooh! A sword mark appeared on Song Songhai's neck. Then, blood spurted out. Song Songhai fell to the ground and breathed his last. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of Lin Feng. Chapter 65. Jialan Academy was bustling with activity because the 4 Academies tournament was approaching. Every time the tournament was held, Jialan Academy would be at its busiest. In the courtyard outside the scripture pavilion, Lin Feng was sparring with Elder Tian Xian. Although it was called a sparring session, it was actually Elder Tian Xian giving Lin Feng pointers. Beside them, the strange bird shouted, "Fatso is going to lose. Fatso is going to lose." Elder Tian Xian was so angry that his eyes widened. After the battle, Lin Feng sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for your pointers, Elder." "Ha, you don't need to be so polite. Besides, I didn't give you any pointers. Your understanding of the scorching sun sword technique is beyond my imagination." Elder Tian Xian smiled. Lin Feng said modestly, "You've corrected many of my mistakes. I'll be able to avoid many detours in my cultivation." Elder Tian Xian smiled and said, "The 4 Academies tournament is coming soon. You should know that with your talent, it would be a pity if you didn't learn a support skill. Do you have any plans for that?" There were many support skills such as equipment forging, alchemy, and so on. Of course, there was also the formation of a spirit array master. The most difficult part was becoming a formation master, which required one to have an extremely strict soul power. Next was becoming an alchemist. Lin Feng said, Vice Principal Gong, Yang Ming, told me that when the principal returns, he'll put in a good word for me in hopes that I'll be able to learn formations under him. That old bastard has a very strange temper. He should be back soon. When he comes back, I'll tell him about this matter. Elder Tian Xian said, Thank you for your kind words. Elder. Lin Feng hurriedly thanked Elder Tian Xian. Lin Feng stayed at Elder Tian Xian's place until nightfall. He was very lucky to be able to join Changhe branch. The students here were harmonious, and there were a few seniors who cared about him. After returning to his residence, Zhang Qi went to Lin Feng's room and said, Junior brother, Senior Sister Xiao sent someone to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they went back. They said that Senior Sister Xiao will be waiting for you. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, I'll go to Senior Sister Xiao and see what's going on. Lin Feng went to Xiao Yifei's place. Gongsun Chang'e was there as well. Brother, the great competition of the 4 academies is in half a month. It's your first time participating in it, so I called you here to tell you about the rules, said Lin Feng. Gongsun Chang'e said. Lin Feng nodded and said, Please tell me, senior brother. Currently, there are less than 3,000 people in total. Our Chang'e branch has the least number of people, only 500. Among them, only Senior Sister Xiao and I are ranked in the top 20. There are 9 people in total who are ranked in the top 100. According to the rules of the 4 academies, the top 100 are seeded students. If the students below the top 100 have the confidence to challenge the top 100 students, they can challenge them. If they win, they'll be ranked in the top 100, but if they lose, they'll lose the right to participate in the great competition of the 4 academies. Lin Feng said, That's a very harsh condition. Xiao Yifei said, The academy is mainly considering if some students who aren't strong enough can challenge the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. It's okay to delay, but if the top 100 students of the inner courtyard don't hold back, they can easily injure the challengers. After all, swords have no eyes. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Zhangge continued. Of course, the top 100 seed students can also challenge each other. As long as the other side agrees, they can fight. The first part of the exam is to challenge the top 100 seed students. After the challenge part, there will be a normal ranking battle. This kind of battle will be decided by drawing lots. The winner will advance to the next round. The more they win, the more points they will get. Then, they will be ranked according to their final points. That's interesting. Every time the great competition of the 4 academies takes place, many students challenge the top 100 seeded students, right? Ask Lin Feng. That's right. Every year, some people challenge the top 100 seeded students, but the success rate isn't very high. Gongsun Chang'e said. This was quite understandable because the top 100 students were already strong enough. In addition, the benefits of the top 100 students in the inner yard were the great strength latent dragon pill, while the benefits of the students below the top 100 were the qi replenishing pill, which couldn't be compared to the great strength latent dragon pill at all. The students who used the great strength latent dragon pill to cultivate naturally improved their strength faster. And in this way, the top 100 students would become stronger and stronger. Of course, there was no lack of geniuses who overtook the top 100 students and successfully pushed them out of the top 100. However, there were only a few of them. Xiao Yifei said, With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to push out one of the top 100 students. Therefore, when the great competition of the 4 academies begins, you can participate in the challenge and defeat one of the top 100 students. This way, you won't have to draw lots later. All right. Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay, then I'll defeat one of the students. Lin Feng said casually. For him, this wasn't a difficult task because there were only 72 martial masters in Jialan Academy. Including Lin Feng, there were 73 students. If Lin Feng wanted to enter the top 100, it would be very easy for him. Xiao Yifei and Gongsun Chang'e didn't have any objections. Lin Feng left Xiao Yifei's place and spent half a month in seclusion cultivating. Lin Feng didn't just practice swordsmanship. He also studied the forbidden theurgy, the great covering the sky hand. On the night before the great competition of the 4 academies, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong calling coming from the West Mountain. It's the 9 Emperor Avatar. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He had cultivated the 9 Emperor Avatar in the West Mountain. He had originally thought that it would only take 3 or 4 months for the 9 Emperor Avatar to take shape. He hadn't thought that it would take longer than he had expected. Now that half a year had passed, the 9 Emperor Avatar had finally started to move. Lin Feng took advantage of the darkness and went to the West Mountain. This was the burial ground of the Jialan Academy's ancestors. A cold wind blew and a baleful qi filled the air. At night, no one came to this place. Lin Feng quickly went to the depths of the West Mountain. He could feel the strong calling coming from the West Mountain. Master, Master. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the West Mountain, the calling became even more intense. In the depths of the West Mountain, demonic qi surged. Within the demonic qi, there were 9 terrifying existences. Each of the figures emitted an ancient qi. It was as if the qi had come from ancient times. The entire West Mountain was enveloped in that ancient and terrifying qi. Chapter 66. The West Mountain was the place with the densest yin qi. For thousands of years, countless experts had been buried here. Now, the avatar of the 9 emperors that was hidden in the black fog was madly absorbing the yin qi. Endless baleful yin qi gathered and formed a huge vortex above West Mountain. A terrifying suction force surged out, and the baleful yin qi that filled the sky poured into the body of the 9 emperors' avatar. The avatar of the 9 emperors belonged to the demonic path's method of refining avatars. It was not tolerated by the righteous path. The avatars that were refined usually had evil attributes. According to rumors, the demonic path's method of refining avatars could easily allow the avatar to control the original body, causing the original body to become the avatar's slave. In the end, the original body would turn into an evil spirit. This was also the reason why the demonic path's method of refining avatars was not tolerated by the righteous path. Lin Feng naturally knew that refining the avatar of the 9 emperors was a huge risk. However, he believed that he could definitely suppress the avatar of the 9 emperors with his own strength. Finally, Lin Feng saw the 9 avatars in the black fog. The first avatar was a golden winged rock with a pair of wings. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The second avatar was a spiritual creature formed by a combination of a turtle and a snake. It was called the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise was a legendary sacred beast. It had the longest lifespan and the strongest defensive power in the world. The third avatar was the size of a cow with a tiger-like appearance. It had the fur of a hedgehog and wings. It was the primordial fierce beast, Qiongqi. It was rumored to be one of the 4 great primordial fierce beasts. It was ferocious and fed on gods. The fourth avatar had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It had 3 eyes. It was the heavenly eye demonic snake. It was rumored that the third eye of the heavenly eye demonic snake could see through the world of yin and yang and see through all illusions. The 5th avatar was a white tiger. The white tiger was also a sacred beast that specialized in killing. The sixth existence was a qilin. It was covered in scales and had a pair of wings. It was known as the Taotai. It was rumored that the Taotai could swallow a star when it opened its mouth. The seventh existence was a void, divine beast. It shuttled through the void. It had the ability to enter the boundless starry sky world. The eighth existence was shaped like a human, but it had 18 pairs of wings. It was rumored that this was the angel of light, and it possessed supreme and mysterious power. The ninth clone was a phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. It was said that phoenixes were immortal and possessed the body of a phoenix. They could transform into an immortal body. Right now, the 9 clones were rapidly condensing and growing. The 9 avatars all possessed unimaginable abilities. It was recorded in the 9 sovereigns diagram that the power of the 9 sovereigns was extremely terrifying. They could recover part of the power of the 9 great sage emperors. The great Peng divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 108,000 miles. The black tortoise sacred beast had a long lifespan and possessed the strongest defensive power. Cultivating the black tortoise avatar could not only increase one's lifespan, but it could also cultivate the strongest defensive power. The 4 ancient vicious Cheongqis had mastered the Cheongqi treasure technique. It was rumored that this was a secret technique that could slay gods in ancient times. By cultivating the Cheongqi avatar, one could comprehend this supreme secret technique. The 4th clone was the celestial eye demon snake avatar. It could cultivate the celestial eye and see through the world of yin and yang. It could see through reality and illusion. The 5th doppelganger, the white tiger doppelganger. The white tiger was in charge of killing. Once the white tiger doppelganger was activated, it could activate the world of massacre. It was said that anyone who was trapped in the world of massacre would be restrained by the world of massacre, and their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. As for the person who activated the world of massacre, their fighting strength would be greatly increased in the world of massacre. If it was used in a battle of life and death, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. The 6th clone was the Taotai avatar. It was rumored that the Taotai was the son of a dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but the 9 sons were different. The Taotai was proficient in devouring. Once the Taotai avatar was activated, no matter what Lin Feng devoured, it could be transformed into his own power. The 7th clone was the Void Beast avatar. Once the Void Beast avatar was activated, Lin Feng could even leave the Sky Martial Continent and enter the legendary Starry Sky world to travel through the starry sky. The 8th clone was the Radiant Angel avatar. It was rumored that the Radiant Angel was a deity who controlled the power of judgment. Once the Radiant Angel avatar was activated, Lin Feng would control the supreme power of judgment. The 9th clone was the Phoenix avatar. The Phoenix had an undying body. If Lin Feng controlled the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. These were the 9 Emperor avatars. Each of the avatars could bring Lin Feng incomparable power. The 9 Emperor avatars were heaven-defying. Of course, after refining the 9 Emperor avatars, it was not easy to open all of them. Lin Feng needed to find the 9 Emperor soul fragments. Only by devouring these soul fragments could he open the 9 Emperor avatars. If Lin Feng opened the Golden Winged Rock avatar, he would have the same speed as the Golden Winged Rock. If Lin Feng opened the Phoenix avatar, he would have an undying body. Any ability could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, the successful refinement of the 9 Emperor avatars was only the first step. Next, finding the 9 Emperor soul fragments was the most important thing. Lin Feng had to find the pieces of the 9 Emperor's soul, and then he would be able to use the 9 Emperor's clones. Rumble, That terrifying aura permeated the area as boundless baleful yin qi gathered together. Such a vast aura was naturally incomparably shocking. What's happening? Many of the upper echelons of the academy were alarmed. Even the old ancestor who was cultivating in seclusion was alarmed. It's the West Mountain. Let's go take a look. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another shot toward the West Mountain. Boom. All the baleful yin qi was devoured by the 9 Emperor avatars. The 9 Emperor avatars were successfully refined. They stepped out of the billowing demonic fog. The entire West Mountain seemed to be trembling at this moment. Ha ha! The ancient 9 Emperor avatar has finally been successfully refined. Lin Feng laughed. Come back. He established a connection with the 9 Emperor avatars. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, the 9 Emperor avatars turned into 9 demonic lights and flew into Lin Feng's dantian. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the West Mountain. Which scoundrel dares to stir up trouble in my Jialan Academy? A low roar rang out. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Powerhouses from Jialan Academy quickly flew over. There was more than one of them. Obviously, the huge commotion in the West Mountain had attracted the attention of Jialan Academy's powerhouses. They might have thought that a demonic master had infiltrated the West Mountain. Only a demonic cultivator would be interested in the burial grounds of corpses. Phew! Lin Feng ran out of the West Mountain. He let out a long sigh. If he had been stopped by the Jialan Academy's powerhouses, his refining of the 9 Emperor avatars would have been exposed. Anyone who refined avatars using demonic methods would be killed. This was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. If he had been stopped by these people, Lin Feng knew that he would have died. Fortunately, he had escaped in time. Chapter 67. More than a dozen strong cultivators were hovering in the air. Some came on their flying swords, while others came on their magic robes. All of them were the upper echelons of the Jialan Academy. For example, the vice deans of the 4 major departments, and even the deans of the 4 major departments and the 2 vice deans of the 4 major departments had all arrived. What the hell is going on? Gong Yang Ming asked in a dignified voice. Vice Principal Wang Lin looked over to a tall and burly old man and asked, Old man's son, what do you think? This old man was the principal of the Long River branch, Sun Tiantu. He was also the only formation master of the Long River branch. In the Zhenwu country, there were a total of 3 formation masters who had reached the advanced level, and Sun Tiantu was one of them. Even the royal family of the real Wushu country was extremely respectful to him. Countless people wanted to become Sun Tiantu's disciple to learn the art of spiritual array, but they were all rejected by Sun Tiantu. There are traces of a formation here. The person who set up the formation most likely didn't know how to set up formations, so he tried to imitate them, but failed miserably. However, I don't think he wanted to set up a grand formation, but rather he buried something here. Although the grand formation wasn't successfully set up, it's already enough. Look again. The baleful yin qi in the western mountains was originally very dense, but now it's extremely thin. You mean to say that someone used some unknown method to devour all the baleful yin qi in this place? The other vice principal, Bai Changfeng, asked with a gloomy expression. The principal of the Purple Light branch, Dong Fangya, spoke up. Could it be a demonic cultivator has infiltrated our West Mountain? Only a demonic cultivator would be able to absorb the yin energy here. These bastards sure have guts. They actually dared to set their sights on the burial ground of our ancestors. Fortunately, the tomb hasn't been damaged yet. The most important thing right now is to send people to patrol the West Mountain to prevent the demonic cultivators from targeting the tomb. At the same time, we need to increase the number of patrols in the city to see if we can find any demonic cultivators. If we do, we must kill them without mercy. The principal of the Fallen Moon branch, Wang Yundi, spoke up. Vice Dean Wang Lin said, "We need to talk to the city lord about this. Now that the 4 Academies tournament is around the corner, we can't let anything go wrong." At this moment, Lin Feng had already returned to his residence. He naturally didn't know what the Academy's experts were talking about, of course. He also didn't know what kind of undercurrent would be surging in Sangharan City because of this incident. After returning, Lin Feng was not in the mood to sleep. He was constantly sensing the 9 Emperor avatar. Now that the 9 Emperor avatar was floating in his dantian, the Saint Emperor's aura was boundless. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the 9 Emperor avatar, but failed. I need to find the 9 Emperor's souls to communicate with their clones. Next, I need to find the 9 Emperor's souls. Even though I won't be able to find all of them, I just need to find a few. Each of the 9 Emperor avatars possessed unimaginable power. Activating any one of them would give one a heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the 4 Academies tournament. On this day, the inner courtyard of Sangharan Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 2,300 inner courtyard students had signed up to participate in the tournament. Of course, there were still a few hundred people who hadn't signed up yet. Most of them were outside and hadn't returned in time. Hua Xuanli was one of them. Nobody knew where that guy had run off to. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that he hadn't come back. Hua Xuanli had left the academy for more than a year before returning. The tournament of the 4 academies was an extremely important event for Sangharan Academy. Vice Dean Wang Lin was in charge of it. In addition, all the deans and vice deans of the 4 academies had come to observe the students' cultivation and aptitude. "Brother, do you see that? That's the dean of our Chang, He branch, Sun Tiantu." Gong Sun Zhanga pointed at an old man on the main stage. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of Sun Tiantu. He was one of the top 3 Ling formation masters in Zhenwu country. Sun Tiantu's research on Ling formations had reached perfection. It seems like the Dean Attache's great importance to the tournament of the 4 academies. He even rushed back from outside. Lin Feng said, "After all, it's a tournament that happens every 3 years." Gong Sun Zhanga said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the great competition of the 4 academies is about to begin. This time, the great competition of the 4 academies will be divided into the challenge competition and the points competition. You can challenge any one of the top 100 students. If you can defeat them, you can replace them and enter the top 100. After the challenge competition, there will be the points competition. I want to challenge Dong Xian from Chang He branch." A student jumped onto the stage. His name was Zhang Di. It was said that he had recently obtained a great fortune, and his cultivation level had increased by a lot. Dong Xian's face turned ugly when he was challenged. Dong Xian was one of the 9 top 100 students of Chang He branch. He was ranked 97th. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. "Brother Zhang, please." Dong Xian bowed hand over fist. Zhang Di and Dong Xian started fighting. Zhang Di was a student of Purple Light University. The students of Purple Light University cheered for Zhang Di, while the students of Chang He branch cheered for Dong Xian. Gong Sun Zhanga sighed. "Chang He branch is the weakest of the 4 universities. We only have 9 people in the top 100, apart from me and Sister Xiao. The others are ranked at the bottom. We haven't had any outstanding students recently. I'm afraid that the Purple Light University's ranking will be even worse than last time." said Lin Feng. Everybody thinks that Sword Dao is a small Dao, but they don't know that there are tens of thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. As long as you practice Sword Dao to the peak, you can explode with incredible strength. There aren't many people who can see things as clearly as you, said Gong Sun Zhanga. Lin Feng nodded. On the stage, Dong Xian and Zhang Di exchanged over 100 blows. Dong Xian was punched in the stomach by Zhang Di, and his pure qi dispersed. He couldn't fight anymore. Thank you for letting me win. Zhang Di had a smile on his face. This was the attitude of a victor. Dong Xian was defeated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He clasped his fists and walked down. Brothers, sister, I've embarrassed Changhe Branch, said Dong Xian. Dong Xian said guiltily. Xiao Yifei said, Brother, don't worry. Winning and losing are normal in battles. Gong Sun Zhanga said, That's right. Besides, you're about to break through to the greater qi layer. When you do, you'll be able to soar into the sky. I'll do my best. Dong Xian clenched his fists and left. People kept going up to challenge the top 100 students, but it was obvious that they were all defeated. It was very rare to be able to defeat one of the top 100 students. At that moment, Bai Yilong jumped onto the stage. He was a martial master and ranked 47th in the inner courtyard. Now that he was on the stage, it caused a huge commotion. Bai Yilong looked coldly at Changhe Branch. He paused for a moment on Lin Feng's face, and then looked at Gong Sun Zhanga, who was next to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong said, Gong Sun Zhanga, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare fight me? Boom. Suddenly, the crowd exploded. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong would challenge Gong Sun Zhanga, who was ranked 19 in the inner courtyard. It was definitely going to be a showdown. Why should I be afraid? Gong Sun Zhanga was obviously stunned for a moment, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the arena. Chapter 68. Bai Yilong had obtained an immortal flying sword some time ago and had practiced the sword control technique, which had greatly improved his cultivation. This time, Bai Yilong naturally wanted to improve during the 4 Academies tournament. His target was Gong Sun Zhanga. Among the top 20, the top 10 were too strong. Bai Yilong wasn't sure if he could defeat the top 10, so after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. And between the 11th to 20th place, the students ranked 20th, and Bai Yilong were all students of the Violet Light Institution. Naturally, Bai Yilong wouldn't engage in internal strife with his fellow disciples. Thus, Bai Yilong targeted Gong Sun Zhanga. Of course, there was another reason besides strength. Gong Sun Zhanga and Lin Feng were very close, and the Bai clan and Lin Feng were mortal enemies. Bai Yilong couldn't wait to kill anyone related to Lin Feng. Bai Yilong has obtained a flying sword and has cultivated the sword control technique. His cultivation base has improved greatly. I wonder who will win if he fights Gong Sun Zhanga. Gong Sun Zhanga's solar unending river sword has already reached perfection. It won't be easy for Bai Yilong to defeat Gong Sun Zhanga, even if he has an immortal flying sword. Below the stage, many students were discussing spiritedly. The upper echelons of Jialan Academy, who were seated on the main stage, also looked over. This battle could be said to be the most eye-catching battle of the 4 academies so far. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh, only to see Bai Yilong move. His figure was like a ghost, quickly flashing across the stage. He moved left and right, erratic and unpredictable. Ghostly steps. Many people cried out in surprise. Ghost shadow steps was famous in Sangharan City. Ghostly steps was one of the secret techniques passed down by the Bai clan, one of the 10 great clans of Jialan City. It was a mystic class movement technique. Once used, one's movements were like a ghost. Most people wouldn't even be able to see the opponent's figure clearly before being struck. Bai Ilong quickly moved around Gongsun Zhanga. His speed was so fast that he actually left behind afterimages. Heavens, which one is Bai Ilong? It's too fast. I can't even tell which one is Bai Ilong's real body. In the surroundings, discussions broke out. Many people were shocked by the might of Bai Ilong's ghostly steps. It truly surpassed their imaginations. Junior brother, what do you think? Zhang Kai looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Su Zimo had a worried look on his face as well. This Bai Ilong is truly formidable. Senior brother Gongsun, it won't be easy for you to deal with him, right? Lin Feng said. Gongsun was able to stand out among over 100,000 students and enter the top 20 of the inner court. How could he be defeated so easily? Lin Feng's voice fell. Bang! On the stage, the sound of an incomparably violent collision rang out. Everyone saw that Gongsun Chang'e had locked onto Bai Ilong's real body and punched out. Bai Ilong was taken aback. He countered Gongsun Chang'e's attack with his own fist, colliding fiercely with Gongsun Chang'e. Deng, 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 deng. When the two sides collided, Bai Ilong was forced back by Gongsun Chang'e's punch. Many people were shocked, but at the same time, they sighed with emotion. Gongsun Chang'e was truly worthy of being one of the top 20 geniuses of the inner court. He was actually able to see through Bai Ilong's ghostly steps. Furthermore, he was able to break through Bai Ilong's ghostly steps with a single punch. After succeeding in his attack, Gongsun Chang'e quickly rushed forward. Gongsun Chang'e was extremely experienced in battle, so he naturally understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. He pressed forward, not giving Bai Ilong any chance to retaliate. He completely suppressed Bai Ilong. Bai Ilong was suppressed to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no ability to retaliate at all. For a moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. Good job. Senior brother Gongsun is mighty. The students of Chang'e branch cheered loudly. Lin Feng said, Bai Ilong's most powerful technique is his flying sword technique. Senior brother Gongsun, if you can defeat Bai Ilong in a spurt of energy and don't give him time to use his flying sword, then you'll win this battle. If Bai Ilong uses his flying sword to fight, then it'll be troublesome. Xiao Yifei nodded and said, That's right. Flying swords can kill enemies from a distance. It's indeed troublesome. Gongsun Chang'e obviously understood this, so he continued to attack Bai Ilong. He wanted to completely defeat him. Bai Ilong was surrounded by danger, and he was on the verge of collapse. Just as Gongsun Chang'e was about to win, Bai Ilong suddenly took out a talisman. That talisman turned into a ball of light and smashed towards Gongsun Chang'e. Not good. It's a magical talisman. Senior brother Gongsun, be careful. Many students of Chang'e branch cried out in alarm. Magical talismans were talismans drawn by spiritual formations masters. They possessed extremely powerful destructive power. Once a fireball talisman was activated, the ball of light it produced could instantly raise a 1,000-meter tall mountain to the ground. It was obvious how powerful this talisman was. Despicable and shameless. Many people cursed Bai Ilong. However, the grand tournament of the 4 academies depended on one's ability. There were no rules that forbade the use of magical talismans. Although it was despicable to use magical talismans, it was still within the rules. Gongsun Chang'e's expression changed slightly, but his reaction was extremely fast. Gongsun Chang'e moved to the left. The ball of light flew past Gongsun Chang'e's body, then suddenly exploded in midair. A heat wave swept out. The earth trembled violently from the energy released by the explosion of the fireball. However, Gongsun Chang'e dodged in time, and the explosion of the ball of light was unable to harm him. Whoosh! In the void, a cold light flashed, and a flying sword quickly flew out, slashing towards Gongsun Changa. The flying sword was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react. Many people's expressions changed greatly. Immortal flying swords could kill people from a distance. Once a flying sword was used, blood would definitely be spilled. Many people started to worry for Gongsun Changa, Great Sun River. At that moment, Gongsun Changa let out a long roar, drew his sword, and slashed out. Rumble! A long river appeared in the void, sweeping through heaven and earth. At the end of the long river, a great sun slowly descended, as if the sun was setting. The flying sword that was slashing down from the void was actually suppressed by the huge sun in midair, unable to move at all. What a great sun river sword technique! Senior Brother Gongsun's sword technique is unparalleled in the world. He directly broke through Bai Yilong's sword control technique. Zhang said in pleasant surprise. The students of Changha branch cheered. Lin Feng nodded. Gongsun Changa was indeed powerful. As long as he captured Bai Yilong's flying sword, Bai Yilong would definitely be defeated. Gongsun Changa stepped forward, grabbing the flying sword suppressed by the great sun. At that moment, Bai Yilong's face revealed a sinister smile. Whoosh! A second cold light soared into the sky, slashing towards Gongsun Changa. What? There's a second flying sword? Many people cried out in surprise. One had to know that immortal flying swords were priceless. Many of the upper echelons of Jialan Academy did not have one, yet Bai Yilong had 2 flying swords. It was simply inconceivable. Back on the main stage, Vice President Bai Changfeng's face showed a trace of a smile. This person was also a member of the Bai House, an elder that held an important position within the Imperial Academy. As for the second flying sword, it was given to Bai Yilong by Bai Changfeng prior to the competition. Humph! The principal of the Long River Branch Academy, Sun Tiantu, and Gong Yangming, the vice principal of the Long River Branch Academy, both made a cold snort. Of course, they recognized the origin of the second flying sword, but out of consideration for their relationship as colleagues, they didn't name Bai Changfeng. Not good. Senior Brother Gongsun is in danger. Seeing the second flying sword, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. The second flying sword quickly came slashing over, forcing Gongsun Changa to retreat. But it was already too late. Puff! The second flying sword left a huge wound on Gongsun Changa's left ribs. Blood immediately gushed out as Gongsun Changa was sent flying. He had been severely injured by the sword. He couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. Damn it, this Bai Yilong is too despicable. He must have borrowed a second flying sword from his family before the competition. Senior Brother Gongsun's loss is too unjust. The students of the Changha branch were all filled with righteous indignation. Originally, everyone thought that the battle was over. After all, Gongsun Changa was injured and had no more strength to fight. However, no one expected that Bai Yilong had no intention of stopping. He controlled the flying sword and once again slashed towards Gongsun Changa. In the air, Gongsun Changa had completely become a live target. Bai Yilong didn't intend to let Gongsun Changa go so easily. Since he's already defeated Gongsun Changa, Bai Yilong intends to make sure this competitor doesn't have a chance to make a comeback. Although he can't kill Gongsun Changa, but so what if he can cut Gongsun Changa a few more times? In any case, swords and sabers don't have eyes. It would be best if he can use sword chi to injure Gongsun Changa's meridians and make it difficult for him to progress in the future. At that time, Gongsun Changa won't be able to challenge him anymore. It had to be said that Bai Yilong was quite sinister. It was just a competition, nothing more. In order to prevent Gongsun Changa from challenging him in the future, He wanted to cripple Gongsun Chang'e. What is Bai Yilong doing? Damn it, Bai Yilong is too despicable. Senior brother Gongsun is already injured, and he's still using a flying sword to attack him. The students of the Chang'e Branch University were all infuriated. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister smile. He controlled the flying sword to slash at Gongsun Chang'e. Just as the sword was about to land on Gongsun Chang'e's body, a figure suddenly appeared. An afterimage that was as fast as lightning flashed onto the arena. It's junior brother Lin Feng. Zhang Shirley, and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Feng blocked Gongsun Chang'e's flying sword. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Yilong's flying sword. A fist had shaken a flying sword. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Old son, that boy is Lin Feng. Gong Yangming said to Sun Tiantu. Oh, he's Lin Feng? Interesting. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by Dracophant energy. Clang! He threw a punch at the flying sword. Bai Yilong's flying sword was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. What a guy! Lin Feng is so strong. Many people cried out in alarm. Lin Feng supported Gongsun Chang'e and asked with concern, "Senior brother, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I won't die," Gongsun Chang'e said with a pale face. "Senior brother, go and treat your injuries. Leave the rest to me. I'll make this guy pay for his despicable actions." Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. Chapter 69. Lin Feng, I didn't look for you, but you came here to die. Bai Yilong's face was filled with a sinister expression. He and Lin Feng could be said to be enemies on a narrow road. The hatred between them was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Feng is going up. Is Lin Feng crazy? How could he possibly be a match for Bai Yilong? Yeah, it feels like he's just courting death. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Almost no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances of victory. After all, Bai Yilong was a martial master. As for Lin Feng, although he was known as a genius, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It wouldn't be easy for him to fight against Bai Yilong. Of course, the most important thing was that Bai Yilong was controlling two flying swords. Even someone as strong as Gongsun Chang'e had been defeated by Bai Yilong. How could Lin Feng fight against Bai Yilong? In an instant, the crowd below the stage was discussing spiritedly. The higher-ups of the academy, who were watching the battle from the main stage, also looked over. That person is Lin Feng? In the crowd, a tall and sturdy young man slightly raised his eyebrows. That person was Xianyuan Zhan, who was ranked second in the inner courtyard. His strength was unfathomable. That's right, senior. A student next to Xianyuan Zhan said. He has some guts. No wonder he dared to attack Xianyuanyu. However, we still have to see if he can defeat Bai Yilong. If he can't even defeat Bai Yilong, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. A cold smile appeared on Xianyuan Zhan's face. On the stage, Lin Feng looked at Bai Yilong and sneered. It's too early for you to be complacent. We still don't know who will be the winner. Could it be that you think you can defeat me? How laughable! I don't even need to use my flying swords to defeat you. No, more accurately speaking, I can defeat you with one hand. Bai Yilong's face was filled with disdain. He immediately put away his flying swords. The spectating students, and even the higher-ups of the academy, didn't think that Bai Yilong was arrogant. Bai Yilong was a martial master, dealing with Lin Feng, a martial warrior cultivator. Wasn't it a piece of cake? Swoosh! Bai Yilong moved, rushing towards Lin Feng. There was a cold light in his eyes. Bai Yilong directly used dragon soaring 9 heavens and charged towards Lin Feng. He swung his body and exerted force through his arms. He was like a giant dragon, swinging his body and then suddenly erupting with terrifying power. Boom! An explosive sound rang out in the air. From this, one could see how terrifying Bai Ilong's attack was. I'm afraid that Lin Feng won't even be able to withstand a single attack from Bai Ilong, right? That's right. With Bai Ilong's strength, dealing with Lin Feng would be a piece of cake. Many of the students were discussing animatedly. Everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle of great disparity in strength. Even Xiao Yifei and the others frowned. After all, Bai Ilong's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He raised his right fist and punched towards Bai Ilong. Bang! Lin Feng and Bai Ilong fiercely collided. That tyrannical power suddenly exploded, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone saw that Lin Feng was standing in his original position, not moving an inch, while Bai Ilong was actually forced to retreat continuously. How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. Everyone looked at the handsome, young man in the ring with astonishment in their eyes. Bai Ilong was a famous expert in Jialan Academy. He was a powerful martial master at the third firmament, and his strength had reached 2 million jin. However, when he clashed with Lin Feng, he was actually at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. Dean, what do you think of this kid? Gong Yangming was stunned for a moment, then smiled and looked at Sun Tianta beside him. Sun Tianta replied, "Quite interesting, let's continue watching." On the battle stage, the expressions of the higher-ups of the universities were all different. The higher-ups of Long River looked happy, while the higher-ups of the other 3 universities looked sad. If Lin Feng had joined their universities, wouldn't that have been great? Humph! Only the vice dean Bai Chongfeng's face was very ugly. Because he was from the Bai house, he naturally hoped for Bai Ilong to defeat Lin Feng. After Lin Feng forced Bai Ilong to retreat, he didn't stop. He quickly moved towards Bai Ilong. He was getting closer and closer. Currently, Lin Feng's strength had reached 1,280,000 jin. When he used his earth-level skill, Exploding Fist, he could completely surpass the level of his opponent. Being able to suppress Bai Ilong was not a difficult matter. Lin Feng once again sent out a punch. In a hurry, Bai Ilong countered with a palm strike and collided with Lin Feng for the second time. This time, Bai Ilong was even worse off than the first time. He was directly sent flying a dozen meters away by Lin Feng's punch and fell to the ground with a thud, his hair disheveled. "Ah, this can't be real. This can't be real. How can I lose to you?" Bai Ilong couldn't accept all of this. Just a moment ago, he said he could deal with Lin Feng with one hand, but now he was being suppressed by Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't even fight back. This was simply a slap in the face. Bai Ilong had already become hysterical. Quickly climbing up from the ground, he summoned a flying sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. Not good. Another flying sword. This Bai Ilong has 2 flying swords. Gongsun Zhanga lost to Bai Ilong just like that. I'm afraid Lin Feng won't be able to withstand the attack of 2 flying swords. Many people cried out in alarm. Bai Ilong could control 2 flying swords at the same time, but the lethality was extremely terrifying. Everyone had already seen it before. The 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng, one in front and one behind. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and punched the flying sword. Many people shouted in astonishment. Does Lin Feng want to die? He's using his flesh and blood to block 2 flying swords. Does he think his flesh and blood can withstand the power of the flying swords? In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's actions were equivalent to suicide. At that moment, Bai Ilong's 2 flying swords slashed towards Lin Feng. Dracophan strength. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and circulated the ancient Dracophan strength. the ancient Dracophant's strength instantly erupted. Lin Feng punched Bai Yilong's flying sword. Clang! Bai Yilong's flying sword and Lin Feng collided fiercely. The ancient Dracophant's strength instantly poured into Bai Yilong's flying sword. Crack! Bai Yilong's flying sword was actually broken by Lin Feng's punch. Immediately after, Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the second sword. Crack! The second flying sword was also broken by Lin Feng's punch. What? This can't be real. Many people shouted in astonishment. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. 2 punches. Lin Feng actually broke Bai Yilong's 2 flying swords. This was too inconceivable. Of course, these people didn't know that Lin Feng's ancient Dracophant formula had condensed the strength of the ancient Dracophant formula. It had a monstrous destructive power. Ordinary flying swords were nothing to worry about. Even legendary treasures could be destroyed. Swoosh! Before Bai Yilong could recover from his shock, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Bai Yilong and punched Bai Yilong. With a loud bang, Bai Yilong was sent flying by Lin Feng. Pooh! In midair, Bai Yilong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying out of the stage by Lin Feng and fell to the ground. Unconscious, Bai Yilong was instantly killed by Lin Feng. Chapter 70. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Nobody had thought that Bai Yilong, who was controlling 2 flying swords, would lose so miserably. Breaking a flying sword with a fist, that little guy is incredible, said Gong Yangming with a smile. Ha! It seems like our Changhe branch has a monstrous genius, said Sun Tiantu with a smile. While the crowd was still recovering from the shock of seeing Lin Feng defeat Xian Yuanzhan, a silhouette jumped onto the battle stage. Xian Yuanzhan, Xiao Yifei, and the others were astonished when they saw the silhouette on the battle stage. Xian Yuanzhan was the second strongest disciple of the inner courtyard. It was said that he had broken through to the 5th celestial layer of the martial master layer. His punch could reach 10 million jin. When he saw Xian Yuanzhan, Lin Feng frowned and said, "Brother Xian Yuan, do you want to challenge me as well?" Said Xian Yuanzhan, "You humiliated my little brother. Is that true?" "It's Xian Yuanyu, right? He brought this upon himself." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "If you apologize to me, I'll forget about this matter and forgive you," said Xian Yuanzhan indifferently. Many people were astonished. So Lin Feng and the Xian Yuan family had a conflict which had led to Xian Yuanzhan attacking. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what Lin Feng would do. Apologize or fight? If he apologized, he would lose face. If he fought, even though Lin Feng was very strong, nobody believed that Lin Feng could defeat Xian Yuanzhan. How laughable! Xian Yuanyu wanted to buy my blood pill for a mere 1 million taels, and now it's my fault. Besides, if you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. I've heard that you've been using the Vigor Demon God to train your cultivation for a long time. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Let me see how strong you are," said Lin Feng coldly. When Lin Feng finished talking, a monstrous battle energy emerged from his body. Humph! Xian Yuanzhan coldly snorted. He leaped out like a ferocious tiger and punched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had no fear on his face. He also brandished his fist and charged towards Xian Yuanzhan. Bang! Lin Feng and Xian Yuanzhan fiercely collided. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed a strength which could topple mountains and overturn seas penetrate into his body. That terrifying power was about to instantly destroy all life in his body. Lin Feng's body flew back more than 10 meters. Xian Yuanzhan is too strong. He completely crushed Lin Feng. There was no suspense in this battle. No one in Jialan Academy is a match for Xian Yuanzhan, except for that freak who is ranked number 1. Some of the students were discussing among themselves, but when they mentioned the freak who was ranked first, their voices became much softer. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of that existence. I only used 30% of my strength, and you already can't take it. You're too weak. I overestimated you before. Xianyuan Zhan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You used 30% of your strength. Just now, I only used 10% of my strength. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Even now, you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll completely trample you under my feet. Xianyuan Zhan said very casually. Defeating Lin Feng seemed to be an insignificant matter to him. Lin Feng also moved, taking the initiative to charge towards Xianyuan Zhan. Buzz. The long sword on his back was unsheathed, and Lin Feng grasped it in his hand. Lin Feng directly used the sun sword technique and slashed towards Xianyuan Zhan. No matter what weapon you use, it's useless in front of me. Xianyuan Zhan was very disdainful of Lin Feng. He took out a halberd, held it in his hand, and stabbed it towards Lin Feng. Clang, 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 Lin Feng brandished his sword and clashed with Xianyuan Zhan. In the air, sword qi shot out in all directions. Its power was astonishing, but it was all blocked by Xianyuan Zhan's halberd. Rise of the blazing sun, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He was using one of the most powerful sword skills of his scorching sun sword technique. The sun rose into the sky. Light filled the sky. Behind Lin Feng, a gigantic sun slowly rose into the sky. The blinding light made many people unable to open their eyes. Ah, what kind of sword technique is this? Many people exclaimed, and could only close their eyes. Once they opened their eyes, they would feel a piercing pain. Xianyuan Zhan's vision was also greatly affected, and he had no choice but to close his eyes. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved, and instantly appeared in front of Xianyuan Zhan, waving his sword and slashing towards Xianyuan Zhan. Pooh! Xianyuan Zhan couldn't dodge in time, and Lin Feng's sword slashed his arm. Blood immediately flowed out. You hurt me, Xianyuan Zhan shouted angrily. Xianyuan Zhan is injured. Lin Feng's sword technique is too powerful. Some of the students could barely see the scene in the arena. When they saw that Xianyuan Zhan was injured, they were incomparably shocked. No one had thought that Lin Feng would actually injure Xianyuan Zhan. Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and brandished his sword, once again slashing towards Xianyuan Zhan. Xianyuan Zhan naturally wasn't easy to deal with. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Xianyuan Zhan simply closed his eyes. He used his ears to listen to the sounds of Lin Feng's movements. A martial master could hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. His hearing was very sharp. Xianyuan Zhan knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought Lin Feng with weapons, so when he attacked again, he didn't even think about fighting with moves. Strength overcomes everything. Xianyuan Zhan's method was very simple. He wanted to use absolute strength to crush Lin Feng. He moved the halberd in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards Lin Feng. That attack contained an incomparably ferocious sound. That powerful strength made Lin Feng's expression slightly change. Lin Feng didn't directly resist Xianyuan Zhan's attack. He could feel that if he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Go! After Lin Feng dodged Xianyuan Zhan's attack, he flicked his wrist, and the sword in his hand flew towards Xianyuan Zhan like a flying sword. It was extremely fast, and Xianyuan Zhan quickly dodged. However, a wound appeared on his right hand, and the halberd in his hand flew out. This made Xianyuan Zhan incomparably furious. This was the second time he was injured by Lin Feng. Before this, Xianyuan Zhan had never been defeated, but now he was injured twice in a battle with Lin Feng. For the proud and arrogant Xian Yuanzhan, this was naturally unacceptable. Many of the spectators were also abnormally shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Xian Yuanzhan would completely crush Lin Feng in this battle. But now, Xian Yuanzhan was actually the one injured. It was simply inconceivable. Whoosh! The instant the sword injured Xian Yuanzhan, Lin Feng instantly moved and quickly arrived beside Xian Yuanzhan. Then he waved his right fist and used the earth-rank martial art collapsing fist to attack Xian Yuanzhan. Lin Feng wanted to use this extremely rare opportunity to defeat Xian Yuanzhan in one strike. Chapter 71. Lin Feng's punch was filled with a powerful force. Bang! That punch ruthlessly landed on Xian Yuanzhan's body. Success! Lin Feng looked delighted. He was very confident in his own strength. He had thought that his attack would definitely injure Xian Yuanzhan. But what Lin Feng hadn't thought was that when his punch landed on Xian Yuanzhan's body, Xian Yuanzhan's qi was protected by Lin Feng's qi. Xian Yuanzhan's body was protected by his qi. Lin Feng's punch was completely dispersed by Xian Yuanzhan's qi. Not good. Lin Feng's expression slightly changed. He had a bad feeling and quickly retreated. Xian Yuanzhan smiled evilly. "Little brat, eat my punch." Boom! Xian Yuanzhan's fist blasted over, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Pung! A deafening explosion spread through the air. Lin Feng and Xian Yuanzhan had fiercely collided. That tyrannical strength spread through the air. Lin Feng, who had received Xian Yuanzhan's attack, was pushed back. Xian Yuanzhan sneered, "You won't have any chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanzhan rushed towards Lin Feng. After being continuously injured by Lin Feng, Xian Yuanzhan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Therefore, he hadn't held back at all. He threw another punch at Lin Feng. That guy's punch had the strength of 10 million jin. It was terrifying. If it had been anyone else, even if they were at the same level as Xian Yuanzhan, they would have been crushed. At Xian Yuanzhan's level, his strength was around 8 million jin. But Xian Yuanzhan was a monstrous genius, so he was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. But Xian Yuanzhan's opponent was Lin Feng. Facing Xian Yuanzhan's attack, Lin Feng used his 3 devouring martial spirits. His strength instantly rose to 3,840,000 jin. At the same time, Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant skill, and the ancient dragonesque elephant's strength flowed through his body. Crushing fist. Lin Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced towards Xian Yuanzhan. When the primordial dragonesque elephant's power activated the crushing fist, Lin Feng's battle prowess also rose to the peak. Is Lin Feng crazy? He actually took the initiative to attack Xian Yuanzhan. Isn't he courting death? Many people were discussing animatedly with astonished expressions on their faces. Xian Yuanzhan was an undefeatable existence in the inner court. Of course, that was apart from the guy who was ranked first. It was said that that guy was a martial general and was even more powerful than many of the academy's elders. His strength was comparable to the vice principal. The number 1 freak did not return to the academy to participate in the grand competition of the 4 academies. Even if he did return, no one would dare to challenge him. Apart from this existence, Xian Yuanzhan could definitely be called an undefeatable war god. Presently, Lin Feng had taken the initiative to charge towards Xian Yuanzhan, and as far as everyone was concerned, it was indeed no different than courting death. Bam! Lin Feng and Xian Yuanzhan collided once again. Thud, thud, thud. Both of them took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Many people cried out in disbelief. Xian Yuanzhan was someone who could punch out with a force of 10 million kilograms. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was only a sixth firmament martial artist a year ago. In just a short year, he was actually able to fight on par with someone of Xianyuan Zhan's level. Junior brother Lin is too powerful, right? Su Zimo and the others cried out in shock. Xiao Yifei, Gongsun Chang'e, and the other inner court experts were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect Lin Feng to have the ability to fight with Xianyuan Zhan. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's strength. Xianyuan Zhan's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Xianyuan Zhan's body. His dantian was emitting a bright light. Martial soul. Is Xianyuan Zhan going to activate his martial soul? Many people cried out in alarm. Little brat, I really underestimated you. However, once I activate my martial soul, you will definitely lose. Xianyuan Zhan said coldly. Lin Feng surprisingly forced Xianyuan Zhan to use his spirit, whispered the crowd. His speed of growth is too fast. The higher-ups of the four campuses were also discussing spiritedly. Xianyuan Zhan has a gigantic divine spirit. It's an extremely powerful martial soul. Lin Feng's martial soul is a black hole martial soul. It can increase one's cultivation speed. It's similar to an auxiliary martial soul. Against Xianyuan Zhan, he will be at a disadvantage. Gong Yangming frowned and said, no wonder his cultivation level was able to increase by leaps and bounds in just a year. It seems like his martial soul is extremely powerful. Sun Tianta said, during the test, it was a 10th grade martial soul. Gong Yangzhan said, 10th grade. Sun Tianta's face suddenly changed. He had seen many things. He had traveled outside for many years and had seen many strong cultivators, as well as countless geniuses. However, Sun Tiantu had never seen a 10th grade martial soul. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded in the arena. Behind Xianyuan Zhan, a gigantic silhouette appeared. That silhouette was 100 meters tall and was wearing battle armor. It gave people an incomparably heavy and oppressive feeling. That was Xianyuan Zhan's martial soul. It was called the Gigantic Divine Spirit. The Gigantic Divine Spirit had boundless strength. According to legends, the Gigantic Divine Spirit was one of the gods in the celestial world. Xianyuan Zhan was able to suppress cultivators of the same level as him because of the Gigantic Divine Spirit. Little brat, it's time to end this. Xianyuan Zhan smiled coldly and walked towards Lin Feng. Boom! Xianyuan Zhan attacked and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The Gigantic Divine Spirit, who was standing behind him, also attacked. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Their movements were completely synchronized. The Gigantic Divine Spirit's punch seemed to be able to destroy a 10,000-meter tall mountain in an instant. Many students who were closer to the stage felt the qi emitted by the Gigantic Divine Spirit. Their faces were incomparably pale, and they couldn't even breathe. How terrifying was the Gigantic Divine Spirit! Many students found it difficult to withstand the Gigantic Divine Spirit's qi, not to mention that Lin Feng was facing the Gigantic Divine Spirit's attack. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting with pale faces. Boom! When the Gigantic Divine Spirit's punch arrived, Lin Feng also moved. Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant skill. Immemorial dragonesque elephant. Holy Emperor Bao. Behind Lin Feng, a silhouette also appeared. That silhouette was standing on the ground, and its head was in the sky. It was impossible to see where it ended. In front of that silhouette, the Gigantic Divine Spirit was like an ant in front of a gigantic dragon. What's that? Many people looked at the immemorial dragonesque elephant behind Lin Feng. Heavens, what's that? The faces of the higher-ups of the college were filled with incomparable shock. They felt as if their souls were trembling in front of that terrifying silhouette. Roar! The immemorial dragonesque elephant roared. Bang! Xianyuan Zhan's gigantic divine spirit exploded. Xianyuan Zhan was also sent flying. Puff! In the air, Xianyuan Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew a dozen meters before falling to the ground. Lin Feng stepped forward and coldly looked at Xianyuan Zhan. You've lost. Chapter 72. I actually lost. Xianyuan Zhan couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was real. The ancient dragonesque elephant had already disappeared. However, the shock that the primordial dragonesque elephant brought to everyone was difficult to dissipate. Xianyuan Zhan had actually lost. It seems like Lin Feng has some secrets, said one of the higher-ups. Xianyuan Zhan nodded. Which genius doesn't have secrets? Asked Sun Tiantu. Many of the higher-ups nodded. If one wanted to stand out in front of countless cultivators, they had to be extremely talented. Most of them had come across miraculous things. Amazing! Junior brother Lin is amazing. Even Xianyuan Zhan wasn't a match for junior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin is amazing, the students of Long River Institution cheered. Xianyuan Zhan had been defeated by Lin Feng. For Long River Institution, it was an honor. Xianyuan Zhan crawled up from the ground and said in a resounding voice, Lin Feng, I'll fight you again. After saying that, Xianyuan Zhan jumped off the battle stage and walked out of the college. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianyuan Zhan's back. Xianyuan Zhan was pretty straightforward. Lin Feng also jumped off the battle stage. Naturally, many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied modestly. After Lin Feng and Xianyuan Zhan's battle ended, another 10 students challenged the top 100 students of the inner courtyard. However, only one of them succeeded. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to defeat one of the top 100 students and enter the top 100. 10 days later, the great competition of the 4 universities came to an end. Lin Feng had defeated Bai Yilong and Xianyuan Zhan during the great competition of the 4 universities. The only pity was that Gongsun Zhangge had been defeated by Bai Yilong. Bai Yilong's victory was disgraceful, but the result couldn't be changed. According to the rules of the academy, defeated students couldn't challenge other top 100 students again. Because of this rule, Gongsun Zhangge could only wait until the next 4 academies tournament to challenge other students again. In truth, Gongsun Zhangge didn't care much about this honor. He was planning to leave Jialan Academy next year. He had already been cultivating there for 10 years. During Lin Feng's conversation with Gongsun Zhangge revealed that he would be going out with an elder of his family to gain experience. That elder was a deacon of an ancient sect. Gongsun Zhangge's family hoped that he could use this opportunity to enter that ancient sect to further his studies. Therefore, Gongsun Zhangge didn't need to be obsessed with the ranking in Changhe branch. This is the reward for 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills. The vice dean personally gave the reward to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very excited. 1,000 great strength hidden dragon pills would definitely help him break through again. Apart from the pills, Lin Feng's benefits in the inner courtyard had also greatly increased. Every month, he could receive 50 great strength hidden dragon pills as cultivation resources. The 4 academies tournament had ended, but there was still a lot of discussion in the academy. Whether it was the inner courtyard or the outer courtyard, everyone was talking about Lin Feng's extraordinary performance and how he had defeated Bai Yilong and Xianyuan Zhan. However, Lin Feng's life hadn't changed much because of the 4 academies tournament. He still worked hard every day. Just as Elder Tianxian had taught him, cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. He could not relax his expectations of himself. Otherwise, he might be stuck at a standstill. "Little Lin Feng, are you there?" A pleasant voice came from outside. "Who is it? Why are you being so rude? How dare you talk to Brother Lin like that?" Zhang Qi ran out and said angrily, but soon he came back with a drooping face. Behind him was a cute, and mischievous girl. "What brings you here, Sister Xiao Xian?" asked Lin Feng with a smile. It was Gongyang Xiao Xian, the vice dean's granddaughter. "Hee, you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten about me," said Gongyang Xiao Xian with a smile. "Sister Xiao Xian, you're such a beautiful woman. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. You've been imprinted in my soul for a long time," said Lin Feng. "You're such a sweet talker." Gongyang Xiao Xian was in a good mood. Everyone liked to hear compliments, and Gongyang Xiao Xian was no exception. "I left the college for more than half a year, and when I came back, I heard that you defeated Xian Yuanzhan during the great competition of the 4 academies. You've made our Long River branch proud," said Gongyang Xiao Xian. Obviously, she didn't believe that Lin Feng was strong enough to defeat Xian Yuanzhan. Even Xiao Yifei might not be a match for Xian Yuanzhan, but Lin Feng had really defeated Xian Yuanzhan. When Gongyang Xiao Xian heard about it for the first time after returning to the college, she thought that it was a joke. Later, she found out that it was true. "I was just lucky," said Lin Feng modestly. "Hee, you're so modest." "I've decided to accept you as my follower," said Gongyang Xiao Xian with a smile. Said Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. He glanced at Gongyang Xiao Xian's body and said, "If there's a reward, maybe I'll agree." "What reward do you want?" asked Gongyang Xiao Xian. "For example, a chance to get intimate with a woman," said Lin Feng straightforwardly. Lin Feng was getting bolder and bolder. "Humph, I didn't know that you were such a pervert." Gongyang Xiao Xian groaned and blushed, but she didn't look angry. She just looked a little shy. If it were someone else, Gongyang Xiao Xian would have already punched them. However, in front of Lin Feng, Gongyang Xiao Xian felt shy. That feeling made Gongyang Xiao Xian's heart flutter. "A fair and graceful girl is a gentleman's wife," said Lin Feng with a smile. "Humph," Gongyang Xiao Xian groaned and said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. The old man asked me to call you over. The vice principal is looking for me? All right, I'll go and see what it is." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng went to the main palace of the Long River branch. Not only was the vice principal Gong Yangming there, but also the scripture pavilion's elder Tianxian and the principal Sun Tiantu. Disciple Lin Feng greets the elders. Lin Feng bowed to the 3 of them. "Ha, we're all family, don't be so polite," said Gong Yangming with a smile. Elder Tianxian also smiled and said, "Lin Feng, old man's son wants to test your soul strength." "Test my soul strength?" Lin Feng was confused. Elder Tianxian said, "Test your soul strength to see if you have the talent to learn spirit arrays." Hearing Elder Tianxian's words, Lin Feng immediately became excited. Spirit array masters were extremely rare. As for spirit array masters, they possessed many unimaginable abilities. A spirit array master was an honored guest in any faction. It wasn't easy to become a spirit array master. Lin Feng naturally wanted to become a spirit array master, but without the guidance of a powerful spirit array master, it was impossible to become a spirit array master just by relying on his own cultivation. "Son," Tienda took out a crystal ball and said, "This is a soul-testing crystal ball. Place your hand on it and try to sense it. If the soul-testing crystal ball resonates and changes, you will have an innate gift for learning spirit arrays." "Yes, Lin Feng walked forward and took a deep breath. He placed his hand on the spirit-testing crystal ball and closed his eyes, carefully sensing the spirit-testing crystal ball. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tian Xian also looked at the spirit-testing crystal ball nervously. Out of 1,000,000 cultivators, there might not even be one cultivator with the talent to learn spirit arrays. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would have such talent, but they also knew that the probability wasn't very high. In fact, it was very slim. However, the three of them were soon shocked because after 10 seconds, the crystal ball emitted a wave. "It moved," exclaimed Elder Tian Xian. He managed to communicate with the soul-testing crystal ball so quickly. Lin Feng definitely has the talent to become a spirit array master, but I don't know what level his talent is at. Gong Yangming said expectantly. The talent to learn spirit arrays was inextricably linked to the spirit attribute and soul power. The spirit attribute was also easy to understand. It was self-confidence, strength, or inferiority. As for soul power, it was innate and couldn't be changed. Unless one cultivated to the yin-yang realm, one's soul power could not be improved. A cultivator's soul power was divided into 10 different colors: white, silver, cyan, dark gold, yellow gold, dark purple, purple gold, and orange. The deeper the color, the stronger the innate soul power, and the greater the talent on the path of a spiritual array master. "Look, the crystal ball is starting to change," Elder Tian Xian said. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tian Xian stared at the crystal ball without blinking. They saw that the crystal ball's color increased from white to silver white, cyan, and all the way to dark purple. It showed no signs of stopping. Sun Tiantu, Gong Yangming, and Elder Tian Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The crystal ball's color continued to increase. From dark purple, it turned purple gold, and finally, it turned orange. Only then did it stop. Orange, the highest level of orange in the transmission. The faces of the three of them were filled with incomparable shock. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly, "Genius, you're awake." Chapter 73. It wasn't easy to become a qualified spiritual array master, so Lin Feng had to start off as a spiritual array apprentice. Every day, he would spend a lot of time listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. At the same time, whenever Sun Tiantu was drawing a spiritual array, Lin Feng would be present. Sun Tiantu allowed Lin Feng to observe and memorize the method. Lin Feng was very diligent in his studies. He naturally knew that spiritual array masters were 1 in 1,000,000, and only 1 in 1,000,000 would have the talent to become a spiritual array master. However, even with talent, it didn't mean that one would become a spiritual array master. Out of 10 cultivators with the talent to become a spiritual array master, it was already an extremely high probability. This was also why Sun Tiantu was the only spiritual array master in the entire Sangharan city. While learning about spiritual arrays, Lin Feng didn't stop cultivating. He continued to work very hard. Lin Feng would refine the vigorous dragon pills he had obtained every day, and Lin Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation was slowly increasing. Day after day, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom! A tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's room. That terrifying aura startled even Zhang Qili, who was resting. "Junior brother Lin, are you all right?" Zhang Qili asked when he arrived outside Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng walked out with a smile on his face. "I'm fine. I just had a breakthrough." "Ah, junior brother, you had a breakthrough again?" Zhang Qili cried out in surprise. Lin Feng smiled. "I obtained so many vigorous dragon pills, so of course I had a breakthrough. I have to cultivate too. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live under the same roof as junior brother Lin. In the middle of the night, Zhang Qili left his room and ran to the cultivation courtyard. Lin Feng shook his head and then burst into laughter. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Only with motivation could he work harder and improve. The next day, Lin Feng went to the main hall to continue listening to Sun Tiantu's lectures on spiritual arrays. Sun Tiantu said, "You have already studied the basics of spiritual arrays for 3 months, and you have also observed them for 3 months. Today, you will try to draw a spiritual array." Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had been studying for 3 months, and he had been waiting for this moment. Even though Lin Feng was young and mature, he still couldn't help but feel excited. A great array is spiritual arrays. Today we will draw a spiritual array. Sun Tiantu looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Drawing a spiritual array requires full concentration. When we work hard for a spiritual array, we don't draw a spiritual array for the sake of drawing a spiritual array, but we draw it with our heart. Only this kind of spiritual array can have life. It is the same for drawing spiritual runes. You need to draw with your heart to give life to the spiritual runes you draw. Close your eyes, calm yourself down, and slowly remember how I taught you how to draw spiritual runes." Lin Feng closed his eyes. His originally excited emotions gradually calmed down. Spiritual runes were alive. Only by drawing with one's heart could one give life to the spiritual runes. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious world. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be countless densely packed small particles. These small particles were the spirit array factors that were floating in the void. If one wanted to condense spiritual runes, they needed to filter out the spiritual array elements, and then fuse them together to form various spiritual runes. When the spiritual tattoos were intertwined with each other through a special method, they would form a dense and intertwined array diagram. This was the so-called spiritual array. Of course, what Lin Feng needed to do now was to condense the spiritual runes. The drawing of spiritual runes required the use of a talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman liquid. These things could help a spiritual array master condense the spiritual array elements. Lin Feng captured the small particles in his mind. Slowly, he seemed to feel the emotions of these small spiritual array elements. Some were excited, some were sad, and some were silent. Everything had its own emotions, and the small spiritual array elements were no exception. Lin Feng felt their emotions and used his heart to infect these small spiritual array elements. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes became clean and pure. Lin Feng picked up the talisman brush. With the talisman brush in his hand, he drew a distorted spiritual rune on the talisman paper. This spiritual rune was like a slithering snake. It seemed to have its own life as it swam on the talisman paper. Sun Tiantu, who was watching from the side, revealed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Lin Feng to be able to draw a spiritual rune on his first try. This was completely out of Sun Tiantu's expectations. If one wanted to draw a spiritual rune, not only did one need talent, one also needed a deep understanding and comprehension of spiritual runes. This required comprehension. Now, Lin Feng had successfully drawn a spiritual rune on his first try. In Sun Tiantu's opinion, not only did Lin Feng have talent, but he also had a deep understanding of spiritual runes. This made Sun Tiantu very happy. Some people with amazing talent could not go far on the path of spiritual array masters. Sun Tiantu had seen too many of these people. The main reason was that they lacked comprehension, so they could not continue on the path of spiritual array masters. However, Lin Feng did not belong to this kind of person. At this moment, Lin Feng still did not stop. He began to draw the second spiritual rune. Sun Tiantu was looking forward to it. He did not know how many spiritual runes Lin Feng could draw. According to Sun Tiantu's knowledge, Gu Qianhe, the #1 spiritual array master in the divine land of the East County, who had reached the legendary Earth Master level, had drawn 17 spiritual runes on his first try. Of course, in Sun Tiantu's opinion, if one could draw a spiritual rune on his first try, he would be considered a top genius. As for Lin Feng's later performance, no matter what kind of results Lin Feng could produce, he would be very satisfied. However, the ability and talent that Lin Feng had displayed had completely overturned Sun Tiantu's understanding. It also made Sun Tiantu fall into an unbelievable shock. Spiritual runes appeared on the paper one after another. Soon, there were 17 spiritual runes. This was already comparable to Gu Qianhe's achievement when he first drew a spiritual rune. The most important thing was that Lin Feng still did not stop. Lin Feng continued to draw the spiritual rune. Only when the 24th spiritual rune was successfully drawn did Lin Feng let out a long breath and put down the talisman pen in his hand. 24 spiritual runes. Even though Sun Tiantu was experienced and knowledgeable at this moment, his right hand trembled slightly. Obviously, he was deeply shocked by Lin Feng's performance. Chapter 74. Lin Feng had been studying under Sun Tiantu for half a year. In this half a year, Lin Feng's talent in spiritual arrays had been fully revealed, and even Sun Tiantu was shocked. In just half a year, Lin Feng had grown from a noob with no knowledge of spiritual arrays to a beginner intermediate spiritual array master who had mastered 12 types of spiritual arrays. In just half a year, Lin Feng had walked the path that many people would take 10 years to walk. Of course, other than Lin Feng's great talent and comprehension, Lin Feng's hard work and the guidance of a teacher had a lot to do. Spiritual array masters were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. Each level was further divided into Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. There were 3 levels. In more detail, they were further divided into Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced. Lin Feng was currently at the first level, which was the Beginner Intermediate Spiritual Array Master of the Yellow rank. For a 16-year-old youth, this level was already very shocking. After teaching Lin Feng for half a year, Sun Tiantu received a letter saying that he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. Lin Feng, after I leave, you must remember not to slack off. You must continue to study hard. You must practice 100 times a day to be able to learn new things. Sun Tiantu warned, Teacher, this disciple understands. I will definitely not slack off. Lin Feng said respectfully, Good. Sun Tiantu had a lot of faith in Lin Feng's character. He nodded and guided Lin Feng one last time before leaving Jialan Academy. In the next 2 months, Lin Feng spent all his time studying spiritual arrays other than cultivating. Every day, he would draw 100 diagrams to hone his control over spiritual arrays. This was extremely good for mental strength. Every time he finished drawing, Lin Feng would feel deeply exhausted. However, the results of his hard work were also great. After 2 months, Lin Feng finally broke through again. He reached the Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced Spiritual Array Master of the Yellow rank. In less than a year, Lin Feng had crossed 3 levels. This was completely unimaginable. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Geomaster Gu Qianhe, who was revered as a god in the divine land of the East Province. He had spent a total of 3 years to advance from Yellow, Beginner, and Elementary Spiritual Array Master to Yellow, Beginner, and Advanced Spiritual Array Master. At night, after drawing 100 diagrams, Lin Feng dragged his tired body, tired, and lay on the bed to rest. Lin Feng, come out. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. It was a method to send a message into the room. Its teacher. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly got up and went outside. A burly old man in white was waiting for Lin Feng under a big tree not far away. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, he quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind, and the two of them arrived at the back mountain of the academy. "Teacher, you're back." After seeing Sun Tiantu, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng only felt gratitude towards Sun Tiantu. It was Sun Tiantu who had brought him into the palace of spiritual array masters and taught him carefully. Now that he was able to become a spiritual array master, it was all thanks to Sun Tiantu. Lin Feng would always remember this kindness. Lin Feng also treated Sun Tiantu as his most respected teacher. "Feng, I can only stay for a short while. I will leave soon. I have returned this time because there is an important matter that I need you to do." Sun Tiantu said, "This disciple will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Lin Feng said, "It's not that serious. It's a letter. Deliver this letter to the Dragon Sun City's city lord, Long Tianyu, who is 3,000 miles away." Sun Tiantu took out a letter and handed it to Lin Feng. He solemnly said, "You must deliver it within 3 days. You must leave now." "Yes, this disciple will definitely do it." Lin Feng put the letter away. "All right, I can't stay for long. I will leave now. Feng, the journey is long, so you must be careful." Sun Tiantu said before leaving. Lin Feng raised his eyes and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. This disciple will remember." Whoosh! In the next moment, Sun Tiantu shot up and turned into a ray of light, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng returned to his residence and told Zhang Qi that he would be away for a while. He then left for Dragon Sun City. Dragon Sun City was one of the 10 main cities of Zhenwu country. The Dragon Sun City's city lord, Long Tianyu, was a relative of the imperial family. It was said that he was the uncle of the current emperor. Lin Feng didn't know the contents of the letter, so he naturally wouldn't open his teacher's letter and secretly read it. Lin Feng bought a bunch of wild horses and rode them out of the city in the middle of the night to Dragon Sun City. The horse he was riding was a cross between a Fergana horse and a demonic beast. It could travel 1,500 miles in a day, and it could run for 3 days without stopping. Not only was it fast, but its endurance was also astonishing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to deliver the letter to Dragon Sun City within 3 days. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Feng, other than eating and drinking, basically ran all the way. One afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the marked Guijian Chou. It was a long and narrow valley with steep terrain and incomparably dangerous terrain. There were bandits in this place all year round, but they had mostly been cleared out in recent years. Lin Feng rode the wild horse through Guijian Chou. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. He looked up and saw a huge boulder that was hundreds of meters tall coming down at him. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly jumped into the distance to avoid the huge boulder. However, the wild horse he was riding wasn't so lucky. It was smashed into meat paste. "Kid, you're quite agile." Cold laughter spread in the air. A dozen cultivators jumped out of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. Besides, a dozen cultivators jumped down from the top of the mountain and blocked Lin Feng's path. One in front and one behind, they blocked Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng asked, "Who are you people?" "Naturally, we're bandits from Guijian Chou." The leader of the cultivators said coldly, "You're not." Lin Feng shook his head. "Bandits are exposed to the elements. How can they be as clean as you? I think you're more like experts raised by a large family. A cold, killing intent flashed in the leader's eyes. He sneered and said, "Kid, you have sharp eyes." Lin Feng sighed. "I should have guessed that this was a trap." He took out the letter. "You." The leader's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "How did you find out?" "I've been learning from my teacher for more than half a year. My teacher is a very strict person. He always calls me by my name and not affectionately calls me Feng. That fake teacher imitated him very well, and I almost couldn't find any flaws. However, my instincts told me that he was fake, so I beat him at his own game." Lin Feng said indifferently. The cultivator's expressions changed. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would be as intelligent as a demon. If this kid was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence. The leader sneered and said, "How stupid. Since you suspected him, you shouldn't have come. Since you're here, only death awaits you." He waved his hand, and more than 30 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 75. The other party had a large number of people, and they were all very powerful. There were no less than 3 martial masters, especially the leader of the cultivators. Even Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura from him, which meant that this person's cultivation was definitely extremely shocking. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of those people. He smiled coldly. "I just came to see who you are. I want to know who you are. I want to know who you are. Now, I have an answer." Lin Feng had already guessed the identity of these people. They should be experts from the Bai family, because Lin Feng and the Bai family had already reached the point where they could not tolerate each other. The Bai family naturally would not allow Lin Feng to continue growing. They wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "Brat, then you have to die even more," said a strong cultivator who was holding a gigantic axe. He used the Hua mountain-splitting technique to attack Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng unsheathed his sword. Fast. His speed was simply too fast. It was like an afterimage. It flashed in front of his eyes. Puff! Following that, blood spurted out. Before the giant axe in the cultivator's hand could fall, he had already been killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's current battle strength was no longer the same as before. With his tyrannical strength, Lin Feng was confident that he could face any danger. "Surround and kill this brat!" The leader of the cultivators shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the people spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. Then they launched a crazy attack on Lin Feng. From all directions, there were people attacking Lin Feng, wanting to make Lin Feng pay attention to one thing and lose sight of the other. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. As soon as he used the scorching sun sword technique, the sun rose into the sky. Following that, rays of sword chi shot out. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated to the martial master realm, he could already fuse sword chi and true chi together, making it even more powerful. Streaks of sword chi shot out. Clang, clang, clang. These cultivators were all in a sorry state as they blocked Lin Feng's sword chi. Lin Feng's wrist shook again. Swish, swish, swish. Another ray of sword chi shot out. Puff. Next, the sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The cultivators' necks were directly cut by Lin Feng's sword chi. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground and breathed their last. These ordinary cultivators couldn't even last 3 rounds against Lin Feng. The Bai clan is underestimating me. Did they send a bunch of trash to kill me? Lin Feng said coldly. Aside from the 3 martial masters, the rest of the 30-plus people were all killed. "Brat, how arrogant! Let's see how you'll die in our hands today." The leading cultivator shouted coldly. He drew the 2 swords on his back. This person's weapon was a broadsword. This type of broadsword was longer and wider than ordinary swords, and its thickness was twice that of an ordinary longsword. This kind of broadsword was suitable for extremely powerful cultivators. Normally, cultivators would only use one broadsword. However, this person was using two broadswords. Clearly, this person had extraordinary combat strength. The second martial master used a long spear. The third martial master's weapon was a giant bow. The giant bow was used together with arrows to attack from a distance. Among the three martial masters, one was responsible for close-range attacks, while the other was responsible for long-range attacks. It could be said that this was the most perfect combination. "Attack!" the leading cultivator shouted coldly. He and the second martial master quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. The two swords in their hands were directly aimed at Lin Feng. The second martial master's long spear was aimed at Lin Feng's chest. The two of them cooperated very well. Moreover, they attacked from the left and right. An ordinary person would have a hard time dealing with their attacks. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. While the two of them were attacking Lin Feng, the third martial master also drew his giant bow. Whoosh! A magic arrow shot towards Lin Feng at lightning speed. This magic arrow had a speed spirit rune drawn on it, which could increase its flying speed. Moreover, this magic arrow also had an explosion spirit rune drawn on it. This kind of explosion spirit rune was even more terrifying. Once it pierced through Lin Feng's body, the explosion spirit rune would be stained with blood and directly explode. With just one arrow, Lin Feng would be blown to smithereens. The three of them cooperated seamlessly. Two of them were responsible for restraining Lin Feng's movements, while the other was responsible for launching a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. Of course, even though the first and second martial masters were responsible for restraining Lin Feng, as long as Lin Feng revealed even the slightest flaw, they would definitely unleash a torrential barrage of attacks, aiming to kill Lin Feng in a single strike. The three martial masters had cold and cruel expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. They did not believe that Lin Feng could deal with the three of them working together to kill him. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Boom! At this critical moment, Lin Feng directly activated his devouring martial spirit. The three devouring martial spirits revolved. The confining magnetic field immediately enveloped an area of more than 10 meters. The three martial master powerhouses were all enveloped within it. Lin Feng's confining magnetic field was extremely terrifying. Once trapped, it would be difficult to move. When the magic arrow was shot, its speed became extremely slow in Lin Feng's confining magnetic field, as if it was moving in slow motion. Its power was also greatly reduced. "I can't move." The martial master, holding the long spear, cried out in horror. The unknown was the most terrifying. "Die," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and slashed at the spear-wielding cultivator with his sword. Puff! Lin Feng's sword cut open his neck. Blood spurted out. The martial master was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng grabbed the long spear in his hand and threw it at the martial master, holding the huge bow. The martial master's face was filled with fear. He wanted to dodge, but his body was confined by the confining magnetic field. It was difficult for him to dodge the attack. The long spear directly pierced through his chest, sending his body flying dozens of meters away. The long spear then stabbed into the rock wall. The cultivator's body hung in midair. Blood flowed down the long spear and dripped onto the rock wall. After killing two experts in a row, Lin Feng did not stop. He quickly swept towards the third expert. The leading cultivator was obviously the most powerful of the three martial masters. He actually overcame Lin Feng's confining magnetic field. Holding two swords, he stabbed towards Lin Feng. Twin dragons emerging from the sea. This person's swordsmanship was extremely domineering. The two swords were like two ferocious dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Scorching sun swordsmanship. Lin Feng roared and slashed out with his strongest sword. The power of an earth-rank swordsmanship was completely displayed at this moment. Lin Feng was standing under the scorching sun. He looked like a sun god. Pooh! When the light fell, Lin Feng's sword had already pierced through the leading cultivator's neck. Lin Feng suddenly pulled out his long sword. The leading cultivator continuously retreated, using his hand to cover his neck that was spurting blood. I didn't expect you to be so strong at the age of 16. What kind of person did my Bai clan provoke? The cultivator fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he died with grievances. Chapter 76. All right, come with me. I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification. Shangguan Fei brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that, there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert? Where is the expert?" Shangguan Fei strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second order mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei, in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second order mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leaped forward, arriving in front of Shangguan Fei, and punching out towards her. Shangguan Fei, also attacked. Her palm was moving towards Lin Feng. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious. It contained an extremely soft and keen strength. In a flash, it neutralized Lin Feng's attack, and then suddenly it moved towards Lin Feng's chest at full speed. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging Shangguan Fei's blow. That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in the 1,000 soft palms. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and leaped forward, charging towards Lin Feng once more. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth. Could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shangguan Fei's second palm struck out towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shangguan Fei, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shangguan Fei bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shangguan Fei accept that? That caused Shangguan Fei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers. Shangguan Fei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shangguan Fei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique. Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shangguan Fei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shangguan Fei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shangguan Fei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shangguan Fei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound." "Humph, you actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am." Shangguan Fei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa, pa, pa. Shangguan Fei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shangguan Fei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake and was made with the tendons of a flood dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. As the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei cried out proudly, "Little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip." Swish! Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang! Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful sound of impact rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames instantly enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng was being threatened. Slap! 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 Shangguan Fei's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the fire snake whip because it was a powerful treasure that could suppress the opponent. After Shangguan Fei's attack, she did not stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the fire snake whip. "Just a mere flame. Suppress it for me." Lin Feng sneered as he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The archaic dragonesque elephant's power surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Even gods and demons could be suppressed, let alone mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shangguan Fei's whip. Shangguan Fei's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would actually be able to neutralize her fire snake whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. Shangguan Fei, who was using the fire snake whip, needed to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the fire snake whip. However, even though Shangguan Fei wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shangguan Fei his sword pointed at her slender, snow-white neck. "Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shangguan Fei. Shangguan Fei, er's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the fourth heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, she had still lost. Chapter 77. All right, come with me. I'll bring you to see the expert in charge of the certification. Shangguan Fei brought Lin Feng to an empty room. In the middle of the room was a row of weapons, and besides that there was nothing else. Clearly, this was the certification area. Lin Feng asked, "Aren't you here to bring me to see the expert? Where is he?" Shangguan Fei strode to the center of the room. She looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "That expert is me. If you can defeat me, you can pass the second Order Mercenary certification." Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei, in surprise. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like an absolute beauty, and he could not tell that she was an expert. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and said, "You dare to doubt this young lady? This young lady has already passed the second Order Mercenary certification test a year ago. In that case, I'll offend you then." Lin Feng nodded and leapt forward, arriving in front of Shangguan Fei, and punching out towards her. Shangguan Fei also made her move, a palm striking out. Her palm technique was extremely mysterious, bringing with it an extremely soft and yin energy, instantly dissolving Lin Feng's blow. After that, she abruptly gathered her strength and struck out towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng quickly retreated, dodging the blow. That should be some kind of soft technique, right? This young lady is trained in 1,000 soft palms. Shangguan Fei gave a cold humph and leapt forward, once again charging towards Lin Feng. She was extremely confident in her 1,000 soft palms. As for Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei did not place Lin Feng in her eyes at all. A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth. Could it be that he wanted to defeat her? That was just a fool's dream. Shangguan Fei struck out a second palm strike towards Lin Feng, a smug look on her beautiful face, as if she was extremely satisfied with her own palm strike. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he activated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art. Then, Lin Feng activated his collapsing fist and punched out. Presently, this earth-rank martial technique had long been cultivated by Lin Feng to the extent of being as pure as fire. When the collapsing fist was executed, there were even bursts of sounds of rushing thunder in the air. Bang! Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei clashed together. Lin Feng remained unmoved. As for Shangguan Fei, she was knocked back by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? Shangguan Fei bit her lip, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She had always prided herself as a genius, and now she had actually been forced back by a youth who was several years younger than her. How could the proud and arrogant Shangguan Fei accept that? That caused Shangguan Fei to fly into a rage. Fairy picking flowers. Shangguan Fei struck out once more, a finger pointing towards Lin Feng. This fairy picking flowers finger had a strong penetrating power, and its power was astonishing. Within the borders of the Zhenwu country, it was one of the 72 absolute arts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about this. However, when Shangguan Fei used this fairy picking flowers finger, Lin Feng did feel a trace of danger. What a powerful finger technique. Lin Feng was slightly shocked, but his movements didn't have the slightest hesitation, and there was no fear in his heart. This was because Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his own strength. Facing Shangguan Fei's attack, he also struck out with his collapsing fist. His fist flew towards Shangguan Fei. Lin Feng had already mastered the 9 forms of the collapsing fist. Against a martial master, the collapsing fist was more than enough. Bang! Both sides collided once more, and just like the first time, Shangguan Fei was once again knocked back by Lin Feng. How can your strength be so strong? Shangguan Fei looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Naturally, it's because this young master's cultivation is heaven-defying and profound." "Humph, you actually dare to show off your strength in front of this young lady. Today, this young lady will let you know how powerful I am." Shangguan Fei snorted. In the next moment, a light flashed, and a flaming whip appeared in her hand. This flaming whip was obviously a powerful treasure. Pa, 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 Shangguan Fei made her move. She directly used the whip in her hand and lashed it towards Lin Feng. The whip was like a snake as it lashed towards Lin Feng, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. Shangguan Fei's whip was called the Fire Snake Whip. It was said that it was fused with the soul essence of a 1,000-year mysterious snake, and was made with the tendons of a flood dragon. A powerful spiritual array master had drawn a spiritual array on it, and it was an extremely terrifying weapon. When the whip lashed out, Lin Feng immediately felt as if he was facing a wild beast. Screech! An incomparably huge python phantom appeared, opening its bloody maw as it tried to swallow Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei cried out proudly, "Little brat, let's see how you block the power of my fire snake whip." Swish! Lin Feng gripped the sword on his back and drew it, slashing out. Clang! Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip clashed with Lin Feng's sword, and a powerful clang rang out. A terrifying scene appeared as a dense mass of flames enveloped Lin Feng's sword, spreading towards Lin Feng's body. Shangguan Fei's fire snake whip was extremely strange. Not only was it powerful, but the flames it released were also able to harm the opponent. At this moment, Lin Feng felt threatened. Pa, pa, pa. Shangguan Fei's face was filled with pride. She had never lost when using the Fire Snake Whip. That was because the Fire Snake Whip was such a powerful treasure that it could suppress any opponent. After that attack, Shangguan Fei didn't stop, continuing to attack Lin Feng with the Fire Snake Whip. "Just a mere flame. Suppress it." Lin Feng sneered and activated the archaic dragonesque elephant skill. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant surged out and was poured into Lin Feng's sword. With a sudden shake, the raging flames were instantly extinguished. Archaic dragonesque elephant skill. Even gods and demons could be suppressed, not to mention mere flames. After suppressing the flames, Lin Feng quickly dashed forward, dodging Shangguan Fei's whip. Shangguan Fei's expression changed slightly. She had not expected that Lin Feng would be able to neutralize her Fire Snake Whip's flame attack. Seeing Lin Feng dashing over, she quickly retreated. She had to put some distance between her and Lin Feng to be able to unleash the full power of the Fire Snake Whip. However, even though Shangguan Fei wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Shangguan Fei and pointed his sword at her slender, snow-white neck. "Beauty, don't move. My sword has no eyes, and it can easily hurt you." Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Shangguan Fei. Shangguan Fei's expression was uncertain. Even now, she had not regained her senses. She had never imagined that she would actually lose to a 15 or 16-year-old youth. She was at the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master stage, and even had the flame snake whip in her hands. Yet, she had still lost. Who was this youth in front of her? How could he be so powerful,